Richard Doty. I'm a former intelligence officer with the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. Did a lot of things in my life. During my career as OSI, I was in the Special Projects Branch. And today I'm going to discuss exactly what the Air Force Office of Special Investigations Special Projects Branch does. It was founded in 1948 when the National Security Act created the United States Air Force. Before 1948, the Air Force was a part of the United States Army. It was called the Army Air Force. But there wasn't an investigative unit within the Army Air Force. Back in those days, the Office of Strategic Services did the intelligence operations for the military. The first director of the AFOSI was Joseph Carroll. He was assistant director of the FBI under J. Edgar Hoover. And when the Air Force was created, J. Edgar Hoover loaned Mr. Carroll to the AFOSI. He was given a rank of Brigadier General, and he took over charge of AFOSI. AFOSI has the following branches: the Criminal Investigations Branch, which conducts criminal investigations within the United States Air Force and also other agencies such as the National Security Agency and the Defense Intelligence Agency. Also conduct fraud investigations, computer crime investigations. They also provide protective services. That means they're similar to the United States Secret Service. They protect high-ranking Air Force dignitaries. And within the Counterintelligence Division is the Special Projects Branch, which I worked. AFOSI Special Project Branch is charged with developing and implementing security policies and procedures for special access programs. We're talking about programs that are so sensitive, are so highly classified, that a lot of people within the Air Force doesn't even know about it. The Special Projects Branch guides and directs security-related activities of all programs involving advanced research and development. That means any advanced research projects that are occurring at Air Force bases throughout the United States, particularly within the Air Force Technical Research Area, such as Groom Lake, or we call Area 51. All the special projects that are occurring out there, the research and development into new aircraft technologies or new laser technologies, are being protected by the Special Project Branch of AFOSI. The Special Project Branch also provides counterintelligence support to Air Force and other governmental agencies' special activities operations. Within the Air Force, we have what we call the special tactics. They're the special forces of the Air Force. They're made up of combat controllers. They're modeled first out. They jump in areas, set up drop zones. Special reconnaissance forces, they go in prior to even the Army and recon the area. And also the pararescue people. They require to have tactical intelligence in order to do their mission. The Special Project Branch provides that intelligence to the Special Tactics Command of the United States Air Force. The Special Project Branch also conducts classified investigations and special operation missions to protect vital U.S. Air Force programs and projects. This is where UFOs and UAPs come in. When there's an investigation involving a UFO landing or contact with an extraterrestrial involving Air Force personnel or other military agencies, the investigative part of OSI that does those investigations is the Special Projects Branch. The Special Projects also supports and directs defense intelligence agencies and national security agencies, meaning that they provide the technical support and the intelligence investigative support on special projects within the Defense Intelligence Agency and the national security agencies. That's done by the Special Projects Branch. Let's talk a little about who the Air Force OSI special agents are. They're recruited out of the Air Force, uniformed personnel, or civilians. There's approximately an equal number of military personnel that are agents and personnel that are civilians or government. Their entry level is they have to go through the Federal Law Enforcement Academy at Glencoe, Georgia, and that's an 11-week course. And then OSI agents attend their own academy, which is 12 weeks at Glencoe, Georgia. And after that, they're given specialized training into the different areas that they're going into, such as polygraph examiners. Polygraph examiners go through special training to be certified as lie detector technicians. There's also computer crimes investigators, forensics, special operations and counterintelligence and counterespionage training. This is where I came into play. I was given special training as a counterintelligence officer. In order to receive a certification to special projects within OSI, you have to attend the intelligence operations course, and that's at Fort Belvoir, Virginia. It consists of 16 weeks of pretty demanding training, and not everyone who starts the training graduates from the training. I'll give you a little example of what the training consists of. They actually bury you in a hole to see if you could withstand stress. They don't tell you how long you're going to be down there. Eventually you come out. They only give you one meal, a blanket, your clothes you're wearing, and a little pot to provide relief for yourself. When you come out, they ask you how long you've been there, and you don't know because there's no way of keeping track of time. And I forgot to mention the fact that when you're buried in this hole, there's no light. It's completely dark. Most people can't stand that. They panic and they exit the training. And most all the other training within the Special Projects branch is classified. I can't go into great details about what that consists of, but it's highly classified. But some of it I can talk about consists of deep cover investigations. How to conduct an investigation without anyone knowing you're doing it, especially the target. The person you're going after, you're conducting an investigation against that person, but you don't want them to know that you're conducting that investigation. How do you do that? Though they train you how to do that, using covers, different cover names, both mis and disinformation. You also are trained to conduct investigations that involve unidentified flying objects, which is what AFOSI called it when I was in, or UAP, which is what they call it today, unidentified aerial phenomena. And that can consist of just seeing something in the sky and not knowing what it is, especially pilots during missions, seeing something flying and not knowing exactly what that is, and later on reporting it to their supervisor, and eventually getting it filtered down to the Air Force, OSI, and special agent, who would then turn it over to the Special Projects agent, which would be me. There's unique ways of conducting UFO and UAP investigations. It's just not the same as a criminal investigation or even an espionage investigation. There's so many uniquenesses to a UFO and a UAP investigation, such as the secrecy of it. Because what you're investigating could very well be some kind of secret or exotic technology that the Air Force is testing that somebody saw and wasn't supposed to see. We also were trained in conducting investigations that involve disinformation or misinformation. In the manual, you're not going to see the word disinformation. You're going to see the word misinformation. The disinformation is a counterintelligence type of investigation for deception. It's called deception operations in the manual. The misinformation is the information that you provide to a target to disinform it. And finally, conducting investigations into alleged abductions by ETs. These are very, very unique investigations. It takes a lot of training, expertise, and a little psychology to investigate those types of investigations. From 1978 to 1988, AFOSI agents assigned to special projects were given a code. We were called 9Qs. That was only known within the agency. So if an OSI agent said, we need a 9Q at this location, they knew that that's going to be myself, somebody that's trained in investigating these special projects. 9Q agents were briefed into special access programs under Project Aquarius. Project Aquarius, and I'm not releasing anything that's classified anymore, but Project Aquarius was the United States government investigation of UFOs and UFO-related incidents from 1947 to present time. And in some 9Qs actually received additional training which involved deeper understanding of Project Aquarius. And I was one of those agents. The official investigations of UFOs within the United States Air Force ended supposedly in 1969 when the TANDEM report was written. Before that, there was such a thing as Project Blue Book. Project Blue Book was the investigation of sightings of UFOs by Air Force military personnel or even civilians. There were 112 AFOSI detachments throughout the world from about 1952 on that investigated under Project Blue Book. And remember, before Blue Book, we had Project Sign and Project Grudge, which led to Project Blue Book, which was more of an organized investigation into UFOs, primarily in the United States and Canada. The TANDEM report, officially called the Scientific Study of UFOs, was published in December 1968 and thus ended the United States Air Force official investigations of UFOs. Remember, official. Well, it didn't. The United States Air Force secretly continued to investigate UFOs and UAPs activities under various classified programs. And why? Why was this? Why did the Air Force continue? The sightings of UFOs didn't stop in December of 1969 with the TANDEM report. People and Air Force pilots, Air Force ground personnel, military ground personnel, United States Navy ships continued to encounter UFOs. They had to be investigated. Was there a threat to national security? The TANDEM report was unclassified. There wasn't any classified portions of the TANDEM report. But few people knew that part of that TANDEM report was a secret investigation by the Air Force, which said, we can't stop investigating UFOs because there may be a threat to national security. And so we have to continue to investigate these claims of sightings of aerial objects, ET contacts. The Air Force continued to investigate, as I said earlier, under various classified programs involving AFOSI. From 1947 to 69, the Air Force conducted investigations, as I said, under Project Blue Book. Authentic cases were turned over to AFOSI. Now, a UFO investigator went out to the field and encountered something that was official or something that was unexplained, clearly unexplained, then OSI was brought into it. An example of this was the Lonnie Zamora case near Socorro, New Mexico in 1964. Lonnie Zamora was a police officer with the Socorro Police Department. He was on patrol and he saw an object land in an area southeast of the city of Socorro near a gravel pit. He drove out there to investigate. When he got out there, he saw an object on the ground, oval-shaped object with a signia inside of it. He also saw two people, he thought, outside this object. He couldn't identify. So immediately he contacted his dispatch and asked for a backup. The backup was Sergeant Sam Garcia from the New Mexico State Police. He went out there to assist Lonnie Zamora. The whole case was probably the most believable case in Project Blue Book history up to that point. And this was in 1964, in May of 1964. Immediately, the Air Force brought special teams in, including AFOSI agents, who started an investigation into that incident. Back in those days, the OSI were given codes during their investigative process. Any investigation with an OSI was given a case file, a number. The first number is the year it was started. The second number was the district that are investigating it. The next three numbers were codes for different types of investigations. And then after that, there was a sequence. And these codes were from 840 to 845. For instance, 840 was a sighting of an actual ET craft in the air. Now I'm saying an actual ET craft. If it was just an investigation started, they didn't code it anything special. But if they determined it was an actual ET craft through the investigative process, they were given a code, and that was 840. These numbers consist of sightings of actual ET crafts on the ground, actual ET crafts in the air, or somehow identifying it through an Air Force contact, such as an Air Force pilot. An actual physical contact with an ET craft is 843, and an abduction incident would have been at 845. These are the codes that we used during my time in OSI. The investigation process could involve the following: personal interviews of witnesses. For instance, a person comes in or makes contact with an OSI agent or even a civilian police agency and reports some kind of contact with a possible ET. We would go out and interview the person, witness. Now, I have to say that most of the cases that I was involved with from 1978 to 1988 were easily explainable objects, such as a case out of Stapleton Airport in Denver, the old airport, Stapleton. United Airlines changed the configuration of their landing lights on their planes, on their jets, their passenger planes. People around the airport saw these strange lights flying all over around the airport. They immediately reported seeing UFOs. At that time, Lowry Air Force Base was in existence at Denver. These reports were made to the OSI at Lowry, claiming that there were flying saucers all over the airport area. Well, it was easily explained that what they thought were flying saucers were actually new landing lights configurations on United Airlines planes, which eventually these lighting configurations were on other planes. What we did when we couldn't explain it was we delved into it. We tried to figure out exactly what it was. Our primary concern was, what if it was a research and development project, a highly classified project, such as the F-117, or before that, the SR-71 reconnaissance plane, or the new version of the U-2 plane, or some other exotic technology that we're testing. They're not all, now, the Air Force didn't only test fly these things around, which we call Area 51, or the Nellis Test and Training Range. They sometimes ventured out into other areas of the United States. People would see them, report it, thinking it's UFOs. We would investigate. If it was in fact a research and development project, we might make the people or infer that it might be a UFO, let them think that it was a UFO, in order to keep whatever research and development project was in existence or flying in an area secret. And I was involved in that. We sometimes, if something was an actual case, we might do other investigative work, such as surveillances, consensual, non-consensual. If we thought somebody, American citizen, or primarily an Air Force person, because we were the Air Force Office of Special Investigation, was in contact with somebody we thought was a real alien, we might do surveillance on them. Now, we have consensual surveillance and non-consensual. The consensual is we're telling them, hey, we're going to watch you. We're going to watch your house. We're going to watch your car. We're going to follow you around. Non-consensual, of course, is we're not telling them that we're following them. And then there's such things as court-ordered surveillances. Now, a court-ordered surveillance is under a special court. It's called a FISA court, Federal Intelligence Surveillance Court, where we would submit an affidavit for a search warrant to conduct electronic surveillance, bugging their house, bugging their car. Now, in order to do this, we would really have to have good, reasonable suspicion that this person was in contact with something that we didn't know, or something exotic or strange. And these counterintelligence investigations were highly classified, highly recorded. And sometimes at the end of the investigations, we would tell the target or the person that we were surveilling what we did. And then other times we wouldn't. And we would also use polygraphs or psychological examinations of the person. And these consisted of hypnotic interviews. And one of the things that OSI, and only OSI, developed during the years was a hypnotic polygraph examination. Putting a person under hypnosis and then giving them a polygraph examination. Pretty difficult to lie when you're under hypnosis. AFOSI may seek advice from other agencies such as the FBI, the CIA, DIA, all these alphabetic agencies. And I always clarify these agencies because a lot of viewers, when I say DIA, they're not sure what that means. So I'm going to explain it. CIA is the Central Intelligence Agency. The Central Intelligence Agency is responsible for providing detailed intelligence to the policymakers of the United States. Their jurisdiction is outside the United States. They have limited jurisdiction within the United States, given to them by the Patriot Act of 2001, only for terrorist-related situations. The Defense Intelligence Agency, or DIA, is worldwide. They have some jurisdiction within the United States. NSA is a national security agency. They're the ones that control the satellites, or they collect signals from all over, either Earth or outside Earth. When we could detect espionage occurring, regardless of what it is, and it could very well be, believe it or not, an American or an Air Force person giving classified information to an ET, that would be considered espionage. And within the United States, the FBI is the primary agency that's responsible for espionage investigations. They may turn them over to OSI if it involves a military person, but primarily it's the FBI. All investigations involving UAPs or UFOs or ET contacts are always coordinated through the Defense Intelligence Agency. They have the clearinghouse of all the information that we collect, we give to them. But most of the special project investigations that we conduct are easily settled without any kind of court action. And a lot of the investigations we do pertaining to UAPs or UFOs or ET contacts are non-criminal investigations. Just because you have a contact doesn't mean you're going to get into any trouble with anyone. Cases involving threats against the United States, we take serious. And we conduct very detailed investigations when there's some type of threat imposed by something that we don't know. We conduct very detailed investigations. We go to the limits, as I discussed earlier, regarding surveillances, getting warrants. We do it all, and we do it all very well. That concludes my presentation on the Air Force Special Projects. Air Force OSI has various branches. The most important branch within the Counterintelligence Directorate, is a special projects branch. They're the real men in black out there on the street, believe it or not. They're conducting investigations that nobody else can or might not be able to conduct. Hello, my name is Richard Doty. I'm a former intelligence officer with the United States Air Force Office of Special Investigations. Today, we're going to discuss the AVIARY, the unofficial UFO working group. It was formed in late 1970s. A small group consisting of U.S. government officials with high security clearances. Everyone within the AVIARY were government employees with a security clearance. The object of this group was to coordinate data regarding UFOs, or UAPs they call them now, and ET contacts. Everything that we knew, or everything that we wanted to know regarding UFOs, was filtered through various government agencies back then, primarily the Defense Intelligence Agency. But we were an unofficial working group that was trying to put one foot ahead of the other and keep track of the information that was being collected. And we also wanted to form an alliance with the MJ-12 group, working either alongside them or working with them. The AVIARY always met in secure facilities, such as a CIA safe house in Vienna, Virginia, or other facilities around the eastern part of the United States. Most of the meetings were in the east, with the exception of a couple that were in Dayton, Ohio, and one in Vermont. The group was led by the former director of the Central Intelligence Agency, and we'll talk about him later. Let's talk about who they are, who the members of the AVIARY were. Blue Jay, code name for Dr. Christopher Green, neurologist and former CIA officer. I worked with Kit Green in Europe for many years. Kit Green was an expert when it comes to ET relationship with medicine. Then we had Siegel, code name for Dr. Bruce Maccabee, a PhD research scientist in optical physics and laser weapons with the United States Navy. Pelican. Pelican was Ron Pandolfi. He was a CIA Deputy Director for the Division of Science and Technology. Next one, codename Owl, was Dr. Hal Puthoff, a physicist with the Institute for Advanced Studies at Austin. He was former U.S. Navy physicist. He was known, or best known, for being involved with remote viewing. He worked for the SDI at Stanford in the early 1970s and developed techniques along with other experts in remote viewing. Penguin was a code name for John Alexander, Colonel, United States Army Intelligence. He worked for the Security Command of the United States Army. He retired and then worked for Los Alamos. Hawk. Hawk was Ernie Keller-Strauss, a former employee of the Armed Forces Institute of Technology at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Ernie had intimate knowledge of what occurred at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in the 50s and 60s. Chickadee. Chickadee was Commander C.B. Scott Jones, a PhD, U.S. Navy retired, former officer with the Office of Navy Intelligence, and the former aide to the late Senator Claiborne Pell. Next, we had Condor. Condor, code name for Captain Robert Collins, U.S. Air Force scientist involved in UFO research at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Next on the list was the real Falcon. People always thought that I was the Falcon. I was codenamed the Falcon. Heard that, saw that. Even some people on the internet still talk about Richard Doty as the Falcon. Well, I wasn't Falcon. The former director of the Central Intelligence Agency, Richard Helms, was the Falcon. My code name was Sparrow. Richard, Dick Doty, and Dick is what some of the people within the aviary called me. My father, when growing up, would always call me Dick rather than Rich. Then we had Chicken Little. Chicken Little was Dan Smith, a civilian UFO research and volunteer liaison among sources with the CIA. Dan was the only one within the aviary that didn't have a security clearance at first, but he later obtained one. And there were other frequent guests that we invited or others invited to our meetings. And these guests included Major Ed Dames, who was a remote viewer, Admiral Bobby Inman, former director of the DIA, or Defense Intelligence Agency, John McCone, former CIA director, William Colby, former CIA director, and employees of science companies or civilian companies, such as Dr. Eric Davis and even Robert Bigelow. These are some of the members that we invited. Now, what's the objectives of the aviary? Well, to coordinate data, see the big picture, analyze the meaning of UFOs and extraterrestrial contact with Earth, use this knowledge to gain access to additional information on a hyper-secret Majestic 12 working group. Now, did we ever work or have meetings with the MJ-12 working group? No. We coordinated, had a liaison with them, but we never actually worked with them. They never attended our meetings. So the names of the members of the MJ-12 group were not officially known to us. But some members of the group, some of the scientists, some of the key officials within our working group, or the aviary, did know who the members of the MJ-12 group was. Now, the aviary gave themselves code names, but the story behind that is Robert Collins, one of the members of the group, had a friend and a colleague. I had a friend and a colleague named Bill Moore, although Bill was never a member of the aviary. Bill Moore had a friend by the name of Jamie Shandera, and they got together one night and knew who we were and named us, giving us those bird names. Why they did that, it was easier to keep track of us, and once we found out who we were as far as the bird names, we actually called ourselves those bird names when we had meetings. We developed policy and procedures for the group. We maintained absolute secrecy, and some of the people within the aviary had access to the Red Book. Now, what is the Red Book? The Red Book was a human compendium of information derived from the United States government's investigation and collection of data on extraterrestrial contacts from 1947 to present. Why 1947? The Red Book started the historical analysis or the chronological order of the United States government's involvement with UFOs beginning in 1947, or the Roswell case. The Roswell case, as most people know, was a crash of a UFO north of Roswell, actually near Corona, New Mexico. The official investigation by the United States government involved finding two crash sites initially in 1947. One near Corona, which contained the actual craft, the oval-shaped craft. The second one a little bit south, which contained a debris field. The debris field was the antenna off the crashed one near Corona. And then in 1949, we found another crash site west of Socorro, New Mexico, in the plains of San Agustin. And that would have been the second craft that crashed in New Mexico. From 1947 to present time, the collection of data was contained in the Red Book. And it was more or less a briefing book for key officials, especially the President of the United States. The Red Book is maintained and strictly controlled by MJ-12. Each aviary had a CIA C card, which gave them access to above top secret information, special access programs dealing with ET contacts, although no aviary member had authorization to conduct field operations except me. I was given the authority because I was an intelligence officer. I was given the authority to investigate things that the aviary needed investigated. And so I was the only one within the aviary that had investigative powers. Does the aviary exist today? Yes, it does. But in a completely different format. It's not connected to the government today or to any intelligence agencies. The aviary today conducts operations to prepare for universal disclosure. All members of current aviary, which calls themselves the Advanced Working Group, which I'm involved, are more open to the public and still coordinate activities with agencies, intelligence agencies, on the outside. Meaning, we don't go to the CIA headquarters or DIA headquarters at Bowling or NSA at Fort Meade or to OSI at Quantico. We are on the outside looking in. We have the ability to coordinate certain things with operatives within the intelligence community. Now let's talk about disclosure. The hype right now is that at some point, maybe in the near future, we will have disclosure. There's two groups out there that I know of. One group led by Lou Elizondo. He's not an aviary member, never had been. He has a group that's trying to push disclosure. My group, which we call the Advanced Working Group, contains intelligence officers, some that are still within the government, and most are outside the government, and some that had been an aviary member before. Our objective is disclosure. We want disclosure just like everyone else wants disclosure. We want the truth about the United States government's involvement with UFOs, or UAPs as it's called now, or ET contacts made public. Now, is that feasible? Well, I think it is feasible in a way. It's not entirely practical because there's some information that the government wants to be held secret. And there's some information that will always be secret. Anything to do with technologies or anything to do with gathering intelligence, technical intelligence through sources and methods will remain classified. And I'm for that. I don't want other countries, our nemesis, such as Russia, China, or North Korea, to gather our technology. So that part of the disclosure probably will never happen. But just the fact that we had been visited, we had contacts, and we have information and technology from outside this earth, that should be disclosed. So how do we do that? Well, we have to convince a lot of people within the government that we are the ones, our working group are the ones that need to start the disclosure progress. Now, it actually started when the New York Times article came out in 2017 discussing incidents involving the USS Nimitz and USS Roosevelt, Navy UFO or UAP contacts. And over the years, there's been more information released. Just the fact that the United States government has investigated UFOs and UAPs has been released. The United States Space Force, which is a new branch of the United States military, actually admits it. Yes, we have investigated. We have collected things, signals from outside this world. We actually have photographed objects from outside this world. So our working group, or this former AVIARY, we're trying to coordinate with U.S. Space Force, with the Department of Defense Inspector General's office, a way to do this. Now, is it going to be easy? Probably not. So far, we've ran across a lot of no's, meaning we ask for something, or we ask for some little disclosure project or a program. We'd write a plan for a program, a project, we present it, and they turn us down. Our backs are up against a wall. We've run into a lot of fences. We have to get over those fences. We have managed to get over a few of the fences. But for the most part, disclosure is going to be short and quick responses until the government opens up everything. And we're trying to do that. And we're trying to get the government to open up on these projects that won't be classified or not classified anymore. I had a conversation with the Department of Defense Inspector General's office, a telephone conversation. I learned a lot from them. They learned a lot from me. In fact, during one particular telephone conversation, they talked to me about an incident that happened back in the 80s. When they were cryptically trying to explain this case to me, I immediately realized that was one of my cases. And I told the person on the phone, I said, "That's my case." He said, "Yeah, your name's on here." I said, "Well, then you know what it's about." He said, "No, I don't." I said, "Well, just read it." He said, "I can't, so I'll redact it." I had a big laugh over that. I said, "Wait a minute, you're the government, you're the Department of Defense Inspector General's office, and you can't get a report, a clear report from another agency that's not redacted?" And his response was, "Yes, we're having problems getting information from other agencies." That's key right there to tell or show the American people that government agencies are not cooperating on disclosure. If you can't get, even if you have access to special programs, which this particular report would have required, I knew what the report was. Once he told me the file number, once he told me the time frame, I knew exactly what it was. And here I am on the phone, and I can't discuss classified information on the phone, and he can't receive classified information on the phone. I'm in New Mexico, he's in Washington, D.C. And so I said, well, I would have to sit down in person and explain to you this investigation. But I thought, isn't it odd that he can't get a clear report? But that clues you into what's wrong with the disclosure projects. Governments, agencies are not cooperating. The national security agencies not cooperating with the Central Intelligence Agency. The CIA is not cooperating with the DOD. DOD is not cooperating with the Army, so forth and so on and so on. And there's agencies within the government, particularly the United States Air Force, that don't want disclosure. The United States Space Command or Space Force wants disclosure, but they want to do it their way. So this is a problem that they have within the United States government, and we have outside a civilian working group trying to get disclosure to the public. So I hope this allows the viewers to understand the complexity of disclosure, how we as a civilian working group, the AVIARY and now the Advanced Working Group, are working to try to get disclosure to the public. Hello, my name is Richard Doty. I'm a former intelligence officer with the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. From the very early era of the UFO dilemma, mysterious people have surfaced. Some were pioneers of the UFO early days. Names such as Kenneth Arnold, Donald Keyhole, George Adamski, to name just a few. All these people were pioneers starting the interests of UFOs, the mystique of the UFO phenomena. But these people, such as George Adamski, who claimed to have had contact with a person from Venus, he wrote 3 books, talked about his exploits within the UFO phenomena. He created some phenomena himself within his books. Or people like Donald Keyhole, who was one of the key members of Project Blue Book. There's other people that have led and continued the UFO phenomena. A person such as Art Bell. Art Bell, a good friend of mine, had a fantastic radio program. He was involved coast to coast, and then he went on later in his own radio program out of his house at Pahrump, Nevada. Art interviewed some sensational people over the years, some mysterious people, talking about mysterious things that occurred in the deserts, different desert areas of Nevada. And then there's George Norrie, who's the current host, George Knapp. George Knapp is another one that's really has moved the UFO interests through his television contacts and television programming in Nevada. And then there's Whitley Strieber. Whitley has written some books about it and has spoken about it and has really moved on the interests of UFO and especially the psychological portions of some of the UFO dilemma. The first person I want to talk about is Jamie Shandera. Who is Jamie Shandera? How does he fit into the UFO dilemma? Shandera surfaced first in 1981 as a friend of Bill Moore's. Jamie was in the film industry. Jamie had contact with the Office of Naval Intelligence because he did some photographic work for the Office of Naval Intelligence. He had a contract, a small contract, to do some filming for ONI, abbreviation for Office of Naval Intelligence, in the 1970s. ONI used Shandera on a classified mission once. But Jamie really didn't know what that classified mission was. He was told to do some things, take some photographs, which he did. But during that mission, Shandera claimed to have contact with an extraterrestrial being near Coronado Island, which is in San Diego. The ET lived in a house on the island and appeared human, according to Shandera. The ET had extraordinary powers. The ET could float rather than walk and could defy gravity. Wow, that's really perked the interest of not only the Office of Naval Intelligence, but other people that Jamie had contact with. Shandera utilized some of his contacts within the film industry to obtain cameras, or special cameras, so he could use to spy in this house. When the ONI found out about what he was doing, they ceased all contact with Jamie. But in the meantime, the ONI, with assistance of other federal agencies, actually put their own surveillance on this house in Coronado Island. But when they moved in to search the house, they found the ET had vanished. The ET house was thoroughly searched, but nothing connecting the ET to any known types of extraterrestrial powers were found. Jamie was detained and interrogated, but never charged with an offense. In 1980, Shandera was again detained by the Navy security personnel when he strayed into a U.S. Navy SEAL training area on Coronado Island. According to Shandera, the ET asked Jamie to go there and wait for a craft to land. No craft landed, and he was eventually charged with trespassing onto a military installation by the San Diego County Sheriff's Department. And eventually, the federal government charged him in federal court or in U.S. Magistrate Court with trespassing. O&I went in and asked the U.S. Magistrate to dismiss the charges against Jamie. Now, why would they do that? Jamie was secretly working for O&I again, and we found this out when the working group had strayed into that matter and obtained some information about Jamie Shandera. So that's who Jamie Shandera was, and that's how he was connected to the UFO phenomenon. Let's talk about William Moore. William Moore, as most people know, was a co-author of 2 top-selling books. The original Roswell incident. He wrote the book, was co-author of the book, and he also wrote the Philadelphia Experiment, about a ship that allegedly disappeared during training in 1942. Moore was a school teacher and a union organizer who left the classroom and became a full-time UFO investigator. Moore was involved with MUFON and other UFO working groups. Moore was known to U.S. intelligence, specifically me, because he had contacts with Soviet citizens inside the Soviet Union. Now, that's key to us because we had a way or a method to transmit or communicate with people inside the Soviet Union back in the 80s. And we used Moore for that. So Moore was famously known within the intelligence community for being a pretty good spy, a pretty good contact, or an asset that allowed us to communicate through him to people within the Soviet Union. I recruited Bill Moore. I recruited him to be a spy within the UFO community. That's pretty well known now. In 1989, during a convention, Bill Moore told his story, released that information, upset a lot of people within MUFON and the former AFPRO because he was spying on them. And why did we want somebody, why did U.S. intelligence want somebody within the UFO community? Well, we wanted to know what was going on within the UFO community. Sometimes people reported things to them that they didn't report to the government. And so we kept track of the information that MUFON was collecting regarding UFOs, ET contacts, abductions, and other things. And that's why we utilized Bill Moore. Now, Bill was also involved in the Paul Bennewitz case. U.S. intelligence asked Moore to contact Bennewitz and seek information on his activities. Now, just to refresh everyone's memories, Paul Bennewitz was a scientist who worked outside, had an office outside Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He also lived right outside the base perimeter. And he was photographing strange things that are occurring on the base. We began an investigation. It was my investigation. And Bill Moore assisted us in the investigation. Bill Moore had already had contact with Paul Bennewitz because, believe it or not, Paul Bennewitz was a member of MUFON. In fact, he was state director of MUFON in New Mexico. So Bill Moore had contacts with Paul Bennewitz, and we're friends. Bill Moore provided valuable information regarding Paul Bennewitz, his secrets, some of the things that Paul was doing that he didn't let the government know he was doing. He also performed some highly classified operations for U.S. intelligence, which, believe it or not, are still classified today. So Bill Moore was a key person within the intelligence community, and not so much from connections to the UFO community, but within the intelligence community, he did some amazing things to provide information to us They didn't involve anything to do with UFOs or ETs. There's another guy by the name, and probably some of you, or maybe most of you, watching this presentation, probably never heard of. But this person is Joseph Yeager. Yeager was a retired U.S. intelligence agency employee. Yeager had worked for the intelligence community for over 25 years. Yeager was one of the original behind-the-camera persons at the 1988 UFO Cover-Up live show. Now, a lot of you remember that. You can go back and even YouTube it. It's still on the internet. It was a program that was live in Hollywood. They had a lot of people on the show. I was supposed to be on the show hidden behind a camera, but I was not. I wasn't there. It wasn't me. But Joseph Yeager was there, and he was one of the ones behind the cameras. In 2005, Yeager initiated the SERPO email exchange with Victor Martinez. Now, I just unloaded a lot of information to the viewers out there about who actually started the SERPO story. And that was Joseph Yeager. Now, unfortunately, Yeager passed away a few years ago, but Yeager showed documents which were marked classified, which related to the SERPO story. The documents detailed the entire story of Project Crystal Night, or the exchange program involving 12 members of the United States Astronaut Corps on their mysterious journey to the planet SERPO. Whether you want to believe it or not, there's so many different parts of this story, the SERPO story, which, if you listen, we'll discuss in another episode. But Yeager provided details on every aspect of the SERPO story, including airing a film from the 1950s that showed EBA, extraterrestrial biological entity that was found alive at the Roswell crash site, and the communications device that EBA got out of the craft. Yeager presented a highly classified briefing to people like Wendell Stevens, Robert Dean, Stan Friedman, Gene Muskowski, Tom Mack, Carl Dale, and even myself. And he would defy anyone that wanted to argue with him about what he knew. Another person that's some people will know the name and probably some won't is Gene Muskowski. He also goes by Gene Lakes. Muskowski was a former U.S. intelligence agency employee for over 30 years, meaning he was a real spy, on the ground, boots on the ground, kicking you know what in foreign countries, collecting intelligence. After his retirement, he worked as chief security at, guess where? Area 51, which is, of course, inside the Nellis Test and Training Range. Muskowski gave a highly controversial presentation at a 1999 UFO convention to a select few about the immediate danger of ET activities on Earth. Presented evidence that ETs are working among us today. Muskowski is about 96 years old and still alive. He's still online. You can still see his emails at a number of different sites. But ironically, Muskowski, he agreed in some of the SERPO story, but he disagreed in all of it. So what's the truth about SERPO and what's fiction? We'll talk about that later. Another highly controversial person within the UFO community, most good insiders, people with good access to the inside, will know the name Paul McGovern. McGovern was the chief of security operations at Area 51 after Muskowski. McGovern had complete knowledge of all UFO and ET activities at the test site, Area 51. McGovern was briefed into research and development operations on both Area 51 and Tonopah Air Force Base. Now remember, Tonopah is just connected next to Area 51. Now Paul McGovern talks a different story about the SERPO mystery. He agrees to some, disagrees with some of the other information. That presents a problem with people within the UFO community trying to understand the SERPO story and trying to connect the dots to determine whether it's a real incident. Did we really send 12 astronauts to the planet SERPO in an ET craft? Or was that just a project that the government created for disinformation? Disinformation against who? The Soviet Union. Remember, now this is back in the 60s. If we were to present information out there that we had contact with extraterrestrials and floated that information to the Soviets, wouldn't you think the Soviets would be scared that the aliens would be giving us advanced technology, advanced crafts, advanced weapon systems that we could eventually use against the Soviet Union? Could be a disinformation campaign. Maybe that's what SERPO was. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Notable mentions within the classification of mystery people within the UFO community. Carl Dale. Carl Dale, retired U.S. Air Force intelligence officer. Now, Carl has a number of stories about what he did as a U.S. intelligence officer within the Air Force. He was an officer. I think he gained the rank of major. He was on some highly classified missions outside the country, investigating UFO activities and crash sites. Robert Collins, retired U.S. Air Force captain. Mark Filburn, retired DIA employee. And Tom Mack. These people contributed to the UFO dilemma in several different ways. Each had their own agenda on the real subject and exactly what that entailed. Now, people like Tom Mack and Mark Filburn, I think some people know Mark. He was on the internet claiming to have worked out at Area 51 on some classified projects for a U.S. contractor. He did. It was verified that Mark worked out there. And he did work for that particular government contractor, EG&G. And he did have access to some really classified information. Tom Mack worked at Area 51. He was he was an operations officer, a civilian operations officer, and he managed the test ranges. There were a number of test ranges around Area 51 where the government tested exotic technology, ET crafts, lasers, and other things. And Tom Mack was in charge of managing those operations. So Tom worked out there. We know he worked out there. It was verified that he worked out there. Unfortunately, Tom Mack passed away a few years ago, but his legend remains within the UFO community, within the government. He was highly respected. George Knapp knew him, spoke to him many times. Art Bell had him on his show as a mystery guest, never disclosing his name. I think he was on Art's show 3 different times, where he talked about Area 51 and what was going on inside Area 51. Finally, I have to mention the one person who has kept private from public view all these years. He was a real Falcon. The person that initiated the AVIARY working group, his name was Richard Helms. Helms was the original spy, starting out with the Office of Strategic Services back in World War II. During World War II, he did some extraordinary things for the United States. When the CIA was formed in 1947, after the National Security Act was enacted into law, Helms joined the CIA, worked his way up from an intelligence officer, ground level, to the director of the Central Intelligence Agency from 1966 to 1973. Now, how did Richard Helms become involved with UFOs? He had his own story about a UFO incident that happened in the 1950s at a foreign location. And he became immediately interested in the subject of UFOs, as he had with other aspects of the UFO or the ET phenomena. He passed away in 2002. He told stories about reading classified cables from CIA stations in Europe, where two CIA case officers on a clandestine mission were where a UFO appeared and disrupted the operation. After he left the agency, he continued to look in and have contact. And that's one reason he formed the AVIARY in 1980. He still wanted to be involved in the program. And he was the motivating factor for all people within the AVIARY. Today's presentation is on the Rendlesham Forest incident, or British Roswell, that occurred in December of 1980. The incident is probably one of the most remarkable UFO incidents on record. In some respects, this incident is more intriguing than the Roswell incident. Rendlesham Forest was next to two military bases, RAF Bentwaters and RAF Woodbridge, both U.S. Air Force aircrafts stationed on the base. Bentwaters contained nuclear weapons. So this is an intriguing incident. More information and more actual witnesses were present on the Rendlesham Forest incident than Roswell. The witnesses were United States Air Force security police, who are trained observers. A U.S. Air Force lieutenant colonel was a key witness. So this is more authentic and actually more evidence pointing to some sort of ET relationship. Start with the background. The incident spanned 3 days in December 1980 in Rendlesham Forest near two Air Force bases, as I mentioned before. On December 26th, military police observed lights descending into the forest approximately 1 mile from the east gate of Woodbridge. Now, these gates were manned by Air Force security police personnel. During their next 3 days, several other military police and the assistant base commander, Lieutenant Colonel Charles Hall, encountered a strange UFO present in the forest. Military personnel took radiation readings and voice recorded the incident. Now, what's important is Bentwaters and Woodbridge were U.S. Air Force bases, but controlled by the British government. And that was the agreement that in order to have an Air Force base on British soil, the actual control of the base was by the British government. And that's why it was called Royal Air Force Base. Now, these nuclear weapons were secretive because they were on British soil. A lot of protests occurred back in those days regarding nuclear weapons on British soil. But the prime agency that actually conducted a detailed investigation was the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. In 1984, I had access to the Air Force OSI investigation of the incident. I read the case file. I was in Washington, D.C., conducting other business, and Colonel Richard Law, who was the director of counterintelligence for the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, asked me to read the case. Now, the reason I read this case because in 1980, at Kirtland Air Force Base, we had another incident that happened, which I'll talk about later. But it mirrored, in some respects, to the Rendlesham Forest incident. So that's why Colonel Law wanted me to read this. The case was classified top secret with code words. The case file number was 80 Headquarters D 93-40. The strange part about the case number was that Air Force OSI District Headquarters in the UK was District 62. So it should have been 8062D. But this means something, and it's going to come into play in a little bit. Headquarters generated the case, and they generated the case at the request of the Inspector General of the United States Air Force. Now that's interesting in itself. Out on the outside, it wouldn't mean anything to anyone, but within the government, it meant that some information must have filtered through District 62 headquarters in Great Britain to get to the Air Force headquarters in order for Air Force headquarters or the Inspector General of the Air Force to request an OSI investigations. Normally when an OSI agent opens a case, it is requested by the local base commander. The local base commander, either Bentwaters and Woodbridge, didn't want an OSI investigation. We'll talk about that in a few minutes. So, within the chain of command, the OSI worked for the Inspector General's office. But ironically, the Inspector General couldn't order an investigation. It had to come from the Secretary of the Air Force. So the Secretary of the Air Force, who at that time was Hans Mark, requested a OSI investigation of the incident at Bentwaters, Woodbridge. In all my years as an OSI agent, I never saw an investigation requested by the Secretary of the Air Force. Neither did Colonel Law, who had been an OSI agent long before me. The report was authored by a Special Agent Bill Cunningham, a veteran OSI agent within the counterintelligence unit at OSI UK. The case file was thick and extremely detailed that I read. The case file detailed interviews of 50 people. Several of the witnesses were interviewed numerous times. Several interviews involved hypnotic transgression sessions, meaning the witness was placed in a hypnotic situation and an interview. Reports from British Ministry of Defense investigators, local police, and classified attachments from the CIA, the NSA, and the DIA. Now remember that. The CIA was interested in this case, as was the National Security Agency, and also the Defense Intelligence Agency. OSI agents obtained air traffic control tapes from the local air traffic controllers on both Bentwaters and Woodbridge, satellite images from the NSA, and detailed maps from the local forest managers. Now, I've read stories in interviews with people who claim that what the soldiers, the airmen, were seeing in the forest was coming from the lighthouse. So OSI decided to check that out. They investigated point-to-point trajectory analysis of the light from the White House to what was seen in the forest, and determined that the lighthouse was too far away, and the light from the lighthouse didn't actually penetrate that forest in Rendlesham. Now, another theory was that the operator of the lighthouse had stopped the rotating light and then directed the light into the forest. That wasn't possible. One annex pertained to the OSI forensics team from Lakenheath, which was another base in the UK, that arrived in January 1981, about a week after the incident. They conducted detailed analysis of the site, the soil, the tree bark, the plants, and even the animals in the area. With the assistance of the forest managers, they trapped a number of rabbits that lived in that forest. The forensic team found high levels of radiation, alpha radiation, that's a particular type of radiation, particle radiation, in the landing area. The forest managers showed OSI agents several plants that had been damaged in some way. They were originally healthy plants, but somehow they were damaged. OSI agents found several strange markings on the trees. Later analysis of the tree bark and plants by the U.S. Department of Agriculture's laboratory revealed that the tree bark and the plants had been mutated by some type of energy. Now, what could have caused plants in an area where a UFO allegedly landed and ETs were seen? Well, some type of energy or some type of rays or radiation damaged these plants. We don't know what it was, but we know that the plants were mutated. The molecular structure of these plants had changed. So for the people out there who thought this was a hoax would have to think differently now that the evidence was presented in such a way that showed that this incident involved something beyond our understanding. The soil suffered the same fate, had been burnt, which would have been done by intense amount of energy or heat. So the soil, you could the rocks, the small rocks, the pebbles and the dirt were burnt. A high amount of energy or some heat, intense heat, would have caused that. OSI agents identified a witness in the town of Ipswich who had photographed an object in the sky on the evening of December 26th. OSI agents interviewed the man without MOD present. The man showed 5 photographs taken. Now, these are controversial photographs, as some of the people that are really involved in the Rendlesham forest have investigated. The man showed the 5 photographs to the OSI agents. The photographs showed a triangle-shaped object with numerous lights flying at a low altitude over the forest. The man refused to provide the photographs to OSI. But with the assistance of British MI5, the photographs were obtained and sent to OSI headquarters for analysis. Now, I know what you viewers are probably thinking, that MI5, which is an investigative arm of the British government, probably broke into the house and took him covertly or clandestinely. I don't know. The report never mentioned how the photographs were obtained, just that with the assistance of the British MI5, OSI got the photographs. I know the OSI didn't go in and get them. During the investigation, the wing commander refused to cooperate with OSI. This is another part of the investigation that is really confusing. Now, the wing commander is over the base commander, remember that. The wing commander tried twice to interfere in the investigation by refusing to provide classified information to OSI and refused to provide the names of all the witnesses to OSI. Well, there's ways that we as OSI agents got around that. And what we did, the OSI, obtained an order from the Secretary of the Air Force to seize all the documents for the wing commander that pertained to the OSI, pertained to the case. Now, the wing commander was eventually relieved of his duty, and the assistant commander did cooperate with OSI. Now, I'm leaving a lot unanswered as far as why would the wing commander not cooperate with OSI? There was parts of this investigation, the Rendlesham Forest incident, that confused a lot of people. And it disrupted the operations of both Woodbridge and Bentwaters. Not just during the time period that this has occurred between December 26th and December 30th, but also for months and months afterwards. In fact, the investigation, OSI's investigation, didn't end until 1983. 3 years. But during the time that 20 to 30 OSI agents were interviewing everyone that they could on Bentwaters and Woodbridge, it upset the wing commander. He thought he was in charge. He found out maybe he was in charge of the base, but not the investigations, and he couldn't interfere. So anyways, that's what happened. In the final report, the incident was classified as possible sighting of actual extraterrestrial aircraft and extraterrestrial occupants. That is a notation in the report. That was actually in the report, written in the report. Now, there were hundreds of pages in this report. The report was classified. Now, some, as you know, some people out there know that the parts of the report have been released by the Air Force. But even what was released is heavily redacted. I think only 30 pages have been released. And of those 30 pages, probably 60 to 70% is redacted. So the whole report is like 300 pages. What is contained in those pages that won't ever be released? The conclusion, how the Air Force concluded, or how Air Force OSI concluded what happened at Rendlesham Forest. What happened there? It concluded possible sightings of actual extraterrestrial aircraft and extraterrestrial occupants. Actual human contact with extra beings. That was the conclusion. Remember, signal intelligence information was gathered. Air traffic control tapes were gathered. So they put all these pieces together to form a conclusion. Having done these type of investigations myself in the past, it was difficult to do. When you're dealing with hundreds and hundreds of bits of information, putting it all together and then drawing a conclusion. And that conclusion was something happened at Rendlesham Forest and involved ETs, involved ET craft and ET contacts. That's amazing. That's something that is extraordinary. And as I said earlier in this presentation, this incident, the Rendlesham Forest incident, is probably more documented than the Roswell incident. So the conclusion racked a lot of minds in Washington, D.C., and even within the diplomatic community. Because one of the things that were done after the investigation was over was the ambassador to the United Kingdom, the U.S. ambassador, was given the conclusion and given a summary of the conclusions and was able to brief the British government. Now, I was never told exactly who he briefed, who the ambassador, U.S. ambassador in 1983 briefed, but I'm sure it was the Prime Minister and other members of the British Parliament. This was an extraordinary case that brought in so many different facets of the UFO phenomena. A sighting of a craft, a landing of a craft, seeing lights, unexplainable lights, hearing unexplainable voices, as one particular military policeman reported. Recording the event, Lieutenant Colonel Hall was there, and he recorded it on a tape recorder. Everything that he was doing was being recorded. Everything he's saying was being recorded. He was explaining what he was doing. All this was put together to form a conclusion. The best observers are people who are trained. Military policemen are trained observers. So this was the most documented case in UFO history, which drew a conclusion that an actual UFO incident occurred in Rendlesham Forest in December of 1980. Hello, my name is Richard Doty. I'm a former intelligence officer with the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. Today's presentation is going to be on secret listening devices and secret listening locations inside the Republic of China. Yes, that's true. The National Security Agency had secret listening sites inside China. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how they negotiated the sites and what these sites actually done. In the late 1970s, the U.S. established 2 secret listening sites. And I call them listening sites. They're similar to radar stations, but they're listening sites inside the Republic of China. Yes, inside Communist China in the 1970s. In 1972, if you can remember back that far, President Nixon met with Mao Zedong, the leader of China, in China. The primary mission there was to free some POWs that we had, including some CIA agents that were caught way back in the 50s. But secretly, the United States was negotiating with Chinese government to place listening devices and stations inside China to spy on Russia. The first NSA post was Chai-Te, a town set in the northern foothills of the Tai-Chen mountain range in Sikkim province, western China, the most western part of China. The second site was established at Corolla, just on the other side of the mountain, or the south side of the mountain, south of Chai-Te. Along with these listening posts, the American government also established 2 long-range tracking dishes on top of Tai-Chen Mountain. Now, as I said earlier, President Nixon negotiated this with the Chinese government. And the reason we did this was China was as interested in the Soviet Union and what they were doing as we were. Now, we did have listening stations in Iran back in the late 70s, but when the Shah fell, the Shah of Iran fell in 1979, we lost those posts. We lost all our bases that we had in Iran. So we had to seek someplace else to put these listening stations. And China was the most opportune place because it was right next to China and right next to where the Soviet Union's missile sites were located. All their test stations were in an area just on the other side of the border with China. Tarantum and Semipalatsky are the 2 locations that we were interested in, as was the Chinese. So we negotiated with the Chinese to build these stations. Now, the manning of these stations was a joint effort. The Chinese technicians that were trained, believe it or not, by the CIA in California and New Mexico, and special U.S. Air Force personnel manned these stations. They sat right next to each other, the Chinese and the Air Force personnel. Each one of them learned the other's language, so the Chinese technician knew English and the Air Force technician knew Chinese. We also, of course, had Russian linguists to tap into Russian language and Russian activity on the other side of the border. The Chinese personnel were all from a special directorate within the Chinese Army that dealt exclusively with technical intelligence. In 1982, the Defense Intelligence Agency became involved with operations at Chai-Te and Corolla. Through classified contacts and through a company, a U.S. company called Motorola, we developed a method of scanning systems to collect certain frequencies from equipment at both Chai-Te and Corolla. Now, these frequency collectors, or a method of collecting frequencies, entailed some complex electronics. And that was all built into the equipment at both Chai-Te and Corolla. Unbeknownst to the Chinese government, we secretly placed this advanced electronics equipment that collected frequencies in the equipment. Ironically, DIA found out that these signals that we were collecting wasn't from the Russians, wasn't from the Soviet missile bases on the other side of the border. Actually, they're the same frequencies that we knew that the extraterrestrials communicated in. So we were collecting extraterrestrial frequencies and signals from these listening posts inside China. We're also interested in what the Chinese government knew about ET technology. We knew that the Chinese government had been investigating this stuff, UFO activity, for many, many years. Back in the 50s, we knew Chinese was collecting intelligence regarding UFO activities. Sightings of UFOs were all over China, and particularly in outer Mongolia, which is today Mongolia. Incidents happened in Mongolia, including 2 crash sites that the Chinese government went in, unbeknownst to the Mongolian government, and recovered debris at these 2 crash sites. Now, the U.S. intelligence knew the Chinese had captured these two crafts inside Mongolia. We also knew that they had recovered another craft in far northwestern China, in Sikkim province. Now, China had a long history of collecting artifacts, archaeological history, I should say, about collecting artifacts that were not known to the Chinese dynasties. But in 1938, Chinese archaeologists discovered strange stone discs in a remote mountain cave. And these discs were called the Drapa stones, sometimes called the Drapa discs. The stones tell the story of a space probe from a distant planet that crash landed in Bayin Kharda, Ula Mountains of the Himalayas 12,000 years ago. The occupants of the spacecraft found refuge in caves. Despite their peaceful intentions, these aliens were treated with hostility by the Han people, or the Chinese people that lived in that area. The Han tribe people hunted down their Drapa visitors and sometimes crucified them or actually killed them. The translation of one of the passages on the stone reads, "The Drapa came down from the clouds in their flying crafts. The men, women, and children hid in the caves 10 times before sunrise. They realized that the newcomers had peaceful intentions." The stones go on to say how the Drapa were able to repair their craft, but didn't have the proper equipment to fuel the craft and return to their home planet. Over the years, stories have emerged from China regarding a military archaeological team that came across discs, more discs, in a region of the Ula Mountains that contain hieroglyphics. They collected 700 of these stone discs. Now, this all played into what the United States wanted to know about China and wanted to know about their UFO activities. So with that information regarding the stone tablets, we knew the Chinese government was extremely interested in UFOs, since they actually had extraterrestrials living in their country. Going back to the radar stations or the listening devices and listening stations that we had inside China, the signals collected at both Chai-Ti and Corolla by listening reflects numerous UFO landings in western portions of Zhangjing Uyghur Autonomous Region of China, which is, again, the most western part of China. Heavy UFO activity reported from 1980 to 1982 around this area and along the Soviet-Chinese border. Now, we were collecting this information with these listening devices and posts that we had inside China. All that information was being reported back to the Defense Intelligence Agency. What we were going to do with it? Well, we had to figure out what the Chinese was going to do with it, because they were collecting different signals from different sources. But ironically, what we were collecting and what we knew the Chinese were collecting were the exact same signals. But these sources within the Chinese government reported abductions occurring in rural areas of Western China, right along where these UFOs were landing, and right along where the signals were being detected. In fact, we knew of one particular incident where an entire family of 5 were abducted in plain sight in front of local villagers near the village of Lutzhou, and that was in western China. The family was never seen again. This occurred right during the daylight hours, where a UFO landed and somehow attracted this family. All 5 of them walked up to the UFO. They got in and they left. This was witnessed by, again, many villagers. Another incident occurred near the Russian border where 2 Chinese military officers were abducted from their jeep near the military base at Xingning, which is right in the northwestern portion of China, just a few kilometers from the Russian border. In 1983, a UFO landed in a remote area east of Xingning. Chinese military radar had tracked the craft flying from inside the Soviet Union, thinking that the craft might be something that the Russian was sending over, maybe a drone. The Chinese Air Force launched fighter jets to intercept the craft. However, the craft landed rather than the Chinese military planes finding it in the air. The Chinese military ground forces were sent to the area, and according to voice intercepts, meaning voices that we collected from other intelligence listening posts around China, there was a confrontation between the occupants of the alien craft and the Chinese soldiers. The result of this confrontation caused the Chinese government to take all UFO sightings extremely serious. Now, exactly what happened at that confrontation, we don't know. We know there was a confrontation. We know by the voice intercepts that the Chinese soldiers were extremely scared of what was going on and that shots had been fired. In 1984, Chinese ground-to-air missiles shot down an alien craft that landed in the area of Kashi, which is in, again, that region of China. In 1985, a secret created team of Chinese military and U.S. Air Force personnel met to discuss UFO activity inside China. Some information from the UFO activity within the United States was shared with the Chinese. We actually shared information about crash sites and contacts that were occurring inside the United States, either currently or historically, with the Chinese government, as they shared incidents that occurred inside China with the United States Air Force personnel. But most of the highly sensitive cases that happened inside China was not shared with U.S. intelligence. However, we knew about it. We had other sources of information that collected intelligence inside China. And we knew of UFO cases, incidents, crash sites that had happened inside China. What we gained by these listening sites inside China was a vast amount of knowledge. Of course, the problem is getting that information out. The tapes, the recording tapes, the collection devices that we were using had to be shared with the Chinese government. But remember, NSA placed these special devices inside this listening station that was only known to us, the United States Air Force. But the problem was getting that information out of the machines and back to DIA to be analyzed. So they set up a courier system at these 2 sites, Chai Ti and Corolla, whereby we had to take the materials, share them with the Chinese, transport them to an airfield about 10 kilometers away, put them on an Air Force military plane, and fly them out of China to the closest place, which was in Islamabad, Pakistan. And from there, they went to a secret NSA site inside Australia. Of course, we know now what that site inside Australia was. It was Alice Springs. That was where the NSA base for the southern part of the Indian Ocean was located. Once we got that information, we got these tapes, NSA analyzed them and sent them back to their headquarters in Washington, D.C. at Fort Meade, and also shared them with the Defense Intelligence Agency. And lo and behold, we found extraordinary information on these discs. We found not only the frequencies that were being transmitted by the ETs, but also new frequencies that the extraterrestrials were using to operate remote aircrafts. Yes, you heard me right. Remote UFOs were being flown inside China. Now, we suspected this, that it was occurring in the United States, but we had no proof that these remote crafts controlled by the ETs were occurring. We knew, and we suspected that they had these remote crafts, but we didn't know how they worked. But based on what information we got from the Chinese, and by the listening devices we had, and the listening stations that we had inside China, we deducted the fact that these ETs were coming to Earth, staying in the outer atmosphere, and sending in drones. Same drones that we operate, same type of drones that we operate today. The fact that we have drones, they had drones. Remotely operated, and they were spying on not only China, but the United States, and I'm sure other countries. We had no control over how to counter that. Our technology wasn't advanced enough to fully understand how the ETs were controlling these devices and how far away they were controlling them. We collected this information. Remember, this is back in the 1980s. And we didn't know what to do with it then. Now, these two listening device stations inside China are still there today, but they're operated differently. They're operated more openly, and they're not so much keeping track of the Soviets, or they're not Soviets anymore, of course. They're Russians. The Russians are still an enemy of the United States, and China considers the Russians enemy of China. So we're still trying to collect information from inside China using these stations. It's more difficult today, even in an open society, because the Chinese government is more aware of what we are doing and more aware of how we operate. So this presentation gives you, the viewers, a glimpse of what we were doing inside China in the late 70s and 1980s. Hello, my name is Richard Doty. I'm a former intelligence officer with the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. Today, we're going to discuss a very controversial subject within the UFO community, the SERPO story, or Project Crystal Night. Now, a lot of people within the UFO community know about this subject, about what allegedly happened back in the 60s. Was there an exchange program between extraterrestrials and US astronauts? Did we send astronauts to the planet SERPO, and they sent visitors or a diplomat to the United States or to Earth? I don't know. These questions have been lingering out within the UFO community for many, many, many years. In May of 2005, a retired Defense Intelligence Agency employee first mentioned Project Crystal Night on the internet. It went around in an email between a number of different people. It pertained to an exchange program between US astronauts and extraterrestrial race from Zeta Reticuli star system. How do we know about Zeta Reticuli? Well, back in the early 60s, Barney and Betty Hill was allegedly abducted by ETs on a drive in New England. Betty Hill told a story of a star chart that was shown to her by the ETs that abducted her. And this star chart she drew. She drew a chart, but she didn't know what it was because she wasn't trained in astronomy. Other people that other people that interviewed her realized that what she was trying to draw was the Zeta Reticuli star group, meaning that maybe these aliens that had abducted her came from that Zeta Reticuli star system. And that's why we're talking about Zeta Reticuli. Enter Victor Martinez. Victor Martinez had an email distribution list which contained a retired DIA employee. But over the time between May of 2005 and the fall of 2005, 23 different former U.S. intelligence officers came out to verify that Project Crystal Night was a real UFO U.S. government program. Mr. Anonymous related the real story about Roswell. So let's go and briefly talk about what happened in Roswell. 2 ET crafts crashed in Roswell in 1947. 1 ET craft landed near Corona. The second craft crashed near Pelona Peak, south of Daddle, in western part of New Mexico. That crash site wasn't found until 1949. The Corona crash site was found a day later by an archaeological team. Contacted local sheriff. The U.S. military came in and recovered the craft. The second craft site that happened in 1949, or happened in 1947, but wasn't found until 1949, was recovered by a rancher moving his cattle from one location to another. That was recovered by then U.S. Air Force personnel from Kirtland Field. Remember, the Air Force came into existence in 1947, September 1947. The U.S. Army, Air Force, in these 2 crash sites recovered debris. And remember, in the Corona crash, we found a live ET, who we named EBA, based on the wording extraterrestrial biological entity. And that name was coined by a U.S. Army scientist. The live ET was transported to Los Alamos Laboratories, which at the time was the safest and the most secure place on Earth. Communications were established with EBA. EBA provided us with advanced communications and other technology from the craft. A communications link was established between Earth and EBA's home planet, which the U.S. intelligence agency called SERPO. Now today, I'm going to tell you exactly what SERPO means. I don't think this has ever been disclosed before. Secret Extraterrestrial Remote Planet Operations, and that was coined by the Defense Intelligence Agency. EBA civilization created a method to communicate faster than light speed. Now, I don't have time in this presentation to explain the technical methods of communications faster than the speed of light. How do we do that? Remember, the speed of light is a distinct speed, 186,000 miles per second. But somehow, the ETs found a way to move the communications faster. EBA wanted to set up the process in order to get back to his home planet. Remember, he was in the Corona crash site. He was recovered. He was being cared for by us, U.S. Army, Air Force back then. But he missed home. He wanted to go home. Unfortunately, he died in 1952. But he gave us enough information and taught us some of his language in order for us to continue this communications between Earth and his own planet. And I believe the time frame between sending a signal and getting it back was approximately 9 months. Now remember, SERPO was in the Zeta Reticuli star group, which was 37.9 light years away. So instead of sending a signal would take 37 years or 38 years to get there, another 38 years to get back, which wasn't practical, we were able to do everything based on the EBA, or the EBAN communications device, in about a 9-month period. And I'm saying 9 months because I believe it actually varied. U.S. intelligence established Earth receiving stations in New Mexico, Peru, Australia, and Chile in order to utilize this communication system that EBA gave us. Several U.S. contractors were able to take the technology given to us by EBA and create a system to send faster than light, or FTL they call them, messages to SERPO. I'm not going to go into how this happened, but we were able to do it. And our technology today, we do have experimental programs to be able to send signals faster than the speed of light. I can't go into details on it because I know very little about it than what I just mentioned. Let's talk about the beginning of the SERPO story. The President Truman was briefed on information from EBA. Alan Dulles, who was a director of Central Intelligence back in those days, briefed President Truman on the fact that EBA was live ET was found at a crash site. Later on, President Eisenhower formed a special commission of space scientists which controlled the information that we collected and the distribution of the collection of the data. We maintained this and we circulated it throughout the government in a very secretive way. This group of people were later called MJ, or the Majestic 12. However, I believe technically there were more than 12 involved in this program. I believe there were something like 20 and possibly as many as 30 people involved in this MJ or Majestic program. The plan that this MJO group allegedly created involved selecting a group of U.S. military personnel who were totally cleared of any past life obligations, such as marriage, family ties, etc. The group would be trained in a total classified environment. And the group would be divorced from the military records. We call that sheep dipping. It occurs today. People who are brought from the outside into the military and sent on special assignments, deep cover operations. Their identity is wiped clean or we call sheep dip. The group would receive special training for the space travel. Once a group was selected, they would be totally isolated from human contact until the mission. Now, allegedly, according to what DIA officials and these people that were leaking this information to Victor Martinez and others, talk about how these teams were trained, where they were trained. And they differ, the training was differed based on who was reporting this information. But according to Mr. Anonymous, the team trained for 42 months. The training took place at classified locations throughout the world. The mission called for the team to take approximately 90,000 pounds of equipment, including weapons and supplies that would last several years. The mission to planet SERPO would last 10 years, but we didn't know the time periods involved or the time system on the planet SERPO. So the mission could actually last longer because the rotation of the planet SERPO was different than the rotation of Earth. We have a 24-hour clock. The SERPO had a different type of clock. However, the project directors could not determine exactly how long this would last, so they estimated this could be as long as 20-year mission. In 2005, Anonymous came forward at a UFO convention in Laughlin. He privately provided several key officials with names and details about 3 survivors who returned from SERPO mission. Now, that shocked everyone at the convention. This person, who we verified was a Defense Intelligence Agency employee, he served with the Defense Intelligence Agency for over 30 years. He gave us the names, the actual names of 3 survivors. And we were going to be able to interview the 3 survivors. Joseph Yeager claimed to be one of the former mission directors for Project Crystal Night. Now, people within the UFO community know the name Joseph Yeager. He spoke before at conventions, UFO conventions. He had spoken on some podcasts, some YouTube videos are still probably out there with his name on it. Years ago, in the beginning of the internet, beginning of websites, beginning of podcasts, he was interviewed by Art Bell back in about 92 or 93. Not mentioning Project SERPO back in those days, but he did mention one particular UFO researcher found a mention of Project Crystal Night back in the 1990s. Yeager provided 600 cassette tapes allegedly made by the team commander during the journey to SERPO and while on the planet SERPO. Now, here we have 600 tapes recordings of the team commander. Were these tapes real? Did they contain extraordinary information about the planet, about the space travel from Earth to the planet SERPO, which, according to some, took about 9 months? Remember, the planet was 37.9 light years away from Earth. In Earth terms, even if we were traveling the speed of light, it would take us 38 years to get there. But the Ebens had some sort of method to travel that distance in only 9 months. Obviously, faster than the speed of light, or through some type of wormhole. How was that done? Well, Yeager also provided a mission log allegedly made by the team commander. The log contained 1,800 pages of notes from the alleged mission to SERPO. Victor Martinez created a website which was in existence until 2020, which detailed everything that occurred regarding the SERPO story. Again, the website has been taken down, but during the time the website was up, which is about 15 years, it contained cassette recordings and the mission log, telling the readers or the listeners exactly what happened during that space journey. It's an extraordinary tape. The tapes are extraordinary to listen to, and the logs are quite unbelievable to read. Everything that they experienced, the anomalies of space travel, the sicknesses contracted, the death of one of the astronauts en route to SERPO. All these things were detailed in this log and on these tapes. Now, where are these tapes today? Well, the tapes were in possession of Joseph Yeager, who died some years ago. So unfortunately, we haven't been able to locate the tapes, but we have a good idea where they are. Where would you think they would be? Well, the DIA figured that they shouldn't be out in the public anymore. So they were probably obtained by the DIA and sent back to Washington, DIA headquarters at Bowling Air Force Base, locked up in somebody's safe. Now, there are people out there who will claim that this mission was actually a disinformation campaign created by the United States government to fool the Russians or the Soviets back in those days. Now, stop and think. If the Russian government knew we were in contact with extraterrestrials, or we or the extraterrestrials were cooperating with the United States, especially the United States military, in providing information, maybe weapon systems, space travel techniques, or propulsion systems, it would fool the Russians into thinking, wow, the United States are or is that far ahead of us in technology, or could be that far ahead of us in technology. That's a possibility. Maybe this was a disinformation campaign. Maybe this was a highly planned deception, military deception operation, which the military calls, the civilians would call it disinformation campaign. Maybe this happened. But stop and think about it. Do you think the government would spend the time to create 600 discs, taped recordings, logs, 1,800-page logs? These 3 survivors who were interviewed by some key officials, such as Wendell Stevens, Robert Dean, even Art Bell, even myself. I sat down in a room with one of them, the commander. He was sick. He was over 90 years old. He had cancer several different times and it had been cured, but he was just really old. He sat there in a room with us, with some others, talking about the mission, verifying that it happened, at least to us. I mean, he is just one person. He has evidence. Do we want to believe him? There's a lot of parts of the SERPO story that is truly believable. But then again, there's a lot of other parts to it that's just not believable. The science, I'm not a scientist, but the science on SERPO would defy our science, would defy our physics. Now, and SERPO is in our galaxy. So all physics in our galaxy should be the same. Now, I understand that there's scientists out there, including some really top scientists, one I used to work for, Dr. Hal Puthoff, that said if you go to another galaxy that spins differently, it's not a spiral galaxy, maybe the physics is different. But SERPO's 37 light years away or within the Milky Way galaxy. So all physics should be the same. So why would physics be different on SERPO, which was reported by these alleged survivors? That's something that they can't explain, we can't explain, and scientists can't explain. So that's something that probably throws a wrench in this matter. But some of the other things that the commander talks about, the space sickness, he got emotional when he talked about getting in that alien craft and flying and watching one of his crew members die of sickness, and watch how the ETs or the EBINs managed that, and how the EBINs then treated the Americans to prevent this sickness from happening to them. So all these things were explained. I sat there and listened to him. Now, I didn't talk to the other 2. I only talked to the commander. I'm sorry to say that there's a lot of things that he said that confused me. And at the end, I would have to say it was 50-50, considering whether it was a true story, whether this actually happened, this mission took place, or it was a deception operation by the United States military to fool the Soviets and this was would be back in the 60s. Maybe scaring the Russians into thinking, we have things that you don't have, and you better be careful about trying to start a first strike against us. Something like that. And that's a possibility. So what I do is I'm going to present you with both sides, which I just did, and let the viewers decide whether the SERPO story or Project Crystal Night was factual or was it a deception operation by the United States military. My name is Richard Doty. I'm a former intelligence officer with the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. Today, we're going to talk about the Roswell incident. How I learned about the Roswell incident, what I learned about the Roswell incident, and who told me about the Roswell incident. We're going to discuss that in details today. In June of 1979, I was stationed at Kirtland Air Force Base as a counterintelligence officer with the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. I was investigating an incident that had involved a UFO over Kirtland Air Force Base. This investigation allowed me to be briefed into a special access program, which involves the U.S. government's knowledge of UFOs and extraterrestrial beings visiting Earth. The briefing was held at the Air Force Special Security Office inside the Air Force Weapons Laboratory on Kirtland Air Force Base West. The briefing was named Project Aquarius. The Special Access Program code was 9Q-17061. That was the actual code for the briefing. I remember it because it was still on a document that I had in my possession. The briefing was given by an Air Force colonel. The briefing began with a chronological history of the U.S. government's involvement with extraterrestrial visitors to Earth. Ironically, the briefing starts with the Roswell incident of 1947. The briefing contained the following. July 1947, an archaeological team from the University of New Mexico discovered a strange object on the ground near a small ravine southeast of Corona, New Mexico. The team located a live creature that appeared to be a non-human at the site. There were 5 other creatures, but all were dead. The team had to drive several miles to a ranch in Corona, New Mexico, in order to find a telephone to notify authorities. Remember, this is 1947, a remote area of central New Mexico. Very few phones existed back in those days, and they were few and far between. Eventually, a Lincoln County Sheriff's deputy and a New Mexico State Police officer responded to the scene the next morning. So eventually, a convoy from Roswell Army Airfield responded to the scene. This convoy was led by Captain Robert Daimler. He was the actual captain coming from Roswell Army Airfield to the site. We know this because some very smart researchers, including Bill Moore, found this out. The name was never released until probably 5 or 6 years ago. During the same time period, another crash site was located farther south of the first site. A rancher by the name of Brazel located debris. Unknown to Brazel that the Army was already notified, he took the debris to Chaves County Sheriff's Office in Roswell, which in turn notified the Army. Major Jesse Marcel, a counterintelligence officer for Roswell Army Air Base, responded to the Brazel crash site. These 2 crash sites were close proximity, a few miles apart. Eventually, Major Marcel coordinated with Captain Daimler on the recovery of both these crash sites. The debris was taken to Roswell Army Airfield and stored in a hangar. The craft found at the first site was taken to Roswell Army Airfield but stored in a separate location. Now, this is a controversy. There's been probably, I know of at least 30 books written about the Roswell incident. The first book was, of course, written by William Moore, and it contained some very good information about what happened at the Roswell site. But all these books only talk about the debris field, or where the debris was found in the Brazel Ranch, and not the actual craft that was found by the archaeological team. The scientist in charge of the archaeological team gave an interview in an Albuquerque newspaper in December of 1947. But nobody, or very few people, ever even read that. The only person that did an investigation into that archaeological team was Stan Friedman. Dr. Stan Friedman was intimately involved with the UFO phenomena, wrote books about it. He was a physicist himself. He was originally from Canada. Great friends of the UFO community. Unfortunately, he died a couple years ago. But Stan talked to relatives of the archaeological team leader. He also found some of the archaeological team members still alive. Remember, this is 47. It was a class. Some of these class members were only 19, 20, 21 years old, college students. So they were still alive when he first looked them up in the 90s. They told him the story. The first question he asked was, why didn't you go out and spread this around? I mean, you found an alien craft and nobody talked about it? Their response, we were warned not to talk about it. Stan said, by the Army? He said, yes. We were told that it was a secret craft, and if we were to tell anyone, we would be prosecuted, or we might be found dead in the desert. Now, we heard these stories about other people trying to report the Roswell incident. Family members of the sheriff of Chaves County and other people. So, what's the story? What's real and what's fiction? Well, this briefing that I'm receiving is telling the truth. It's defying a lot of information that's in the books written about UFOs, about Roswell, about the incident at Corona, about the incident at Pelona Peak, south of Dattle. But I'm listening to this briefing, and I'm getting the story directly from the government and not from a book. The second counterintelligence officer came from Kirtland Air Force Base and assisted in the recovery of the bodies. Now remember, the first one was Major Marcel. He came from Roswell. The second one came from Kirtland Air Force Base, which was Kirtland Army Airfield at the time. He was an Army counterintelligence officer, just like Marcel was, but he was a captain. The bodies of the live alien were transported to Los Alamos laboratories since they had a cryogenic chamber for storing the dead. Now, Roswell was a very sophisticated Army Air Force base at that time. It contained a 509th Bomb Wing, which was the only Army Air Corps fighter wing in the Air Force in the nation that could drop atomic bombs. Remember, in 1945, we tested a bomb in the desert, not far from Roswell, the Trinity site. And then, of course, in wartime, we dropped 2 atomic bombs by the 509 over Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan. So we had these planes, these 509 bombers, on alert at Roswell. So it was a very sensitive base. Los Alamos National Laboratories, or back in those days called Los Alamos Laboratories, was a very secretive location. They're the ones that built the bomb. And it was a very secure site. So that's why the ET bodies were transported to Los Alamos. The entire recovery operation was filmed by U.S. Army photographic team from White Sands Army Base, which again was close to the site. The chief photographer was a Sergeant Rusty Nercola, Nercola. We know his name because Stan Friedman obtained it. The team took still and motion pictures of the recovery operation from July 11th through July 25th of 1947. And I'm actually looking at one of those recovery films during this briefing. Most of the pictures were taken at the site where the intact craft was found, not at the debris field. The pictures were taken where the craft was or where the archaeological team found it. All photographs were detailed in a Major Bill Rickett, he was a counterintelligence officer's report titled Field Operations Report 20 July 1947, IR 0031. That's the actual counterintelligence report written about the recovery at Roswell. And I got this from the recovery film. It's the real report. Now, where's that report today? Many people, including Stan Freeman, William Moore, and others, tried to get that from the government. The government says it doesn't exist. It says that the IR number 0031 pertained to a weather balloon incident that happened over Carlsbad, New Mexico in 1949. But we were able to go back and find some intelligence logs, which we got through FOIA, which showed the numbering system for field operation reports, which are conducted by counterintelligence officers, were properly numbered the way Bill Rickett did it. So I think the government's trying to hide something. Now, having worked in intelligence and working in counterintelligence, some people might say, well, that's disinformation. Yeah, the government tried to deceive the public by telling us and other researchers that, no, that's the wrong field operations report number. During this briefing, the live alien was housed at Los Alamos and controlled by the U.S. Army Medical Corps. Scientists associated with the investigation of this event and working for the U.S. government surmised that the crash of the alien craft was caused by military radar interfering with the flight operations of the alien craft. Now, there's a lot of people out there, scientists especially, saying, wait a minute, this alien craft flies 37 or 38 light years to Earth, and lightning affects it? Well, yes, some smart scientists, including Dr. Hal Puthoff, would say there's a possibility that there's no such thing as lightning on their planet. They would not have any idea what lightning was, nor would they make any type of effort to prevent lightning from hurting their craft. How would they prevent something if they didn't know about it? So, New Mexico does have a very severe lightning storms. I live in New Mexico, I've seen them. And in 1947, it was recorded that there was a very serious lightning storm in the beginning of July, later June and into July of 1947. So these two crafts were flying over New Mexico during that time period, and they were both hit by lightning. It might have disrupted their equipment, caused their systems, avionics, to go haywire. And one crashed near Corona, the other one crashed out near Pelona Peak, south of Dattle in western New Mexico. This briefing continued with this information. In 1949, while moving cattle from one range to another, Albert Riley located a strange-looking object near the Pelona Mountain, south of Dattle, New Mexico. The rancher eventually reported the object to the Catron County Sheriffs 1 week later. Now, where this incident happened is an extremely remote area of western New Mexico. There were no phones, obviously no cell phones. The only way to communicate is by driving to certain locations where there were phones, calling the authorities, and then the authorities were sometimes hundreds and hundreds of miles away, and it could take them, as did this incident, weeks to get to the site. Eventually, the Catron County Sheriff arrived at the location 10 days later. He took a photograph of the object and traveled back to Reserve, New Mexico, where his office was located, and called the United States Air Force at Sandia Base, which was in Albuquerque. 16 days later, a convoy of U.S. Air Force vehicles arrived at the crash site on Pelona Mountain. Jose Marco and Maria Armendez were ranch workers who stayed at the site until the military arrived. How do we know this? Because we found it in the report. What report? We'll talk about that in a few minutes. But it's a report that Stan Friedman eventually found. The U.S. Air Force recovered an intact craft identical to the craft found at Corona. Now remember, this is 2 years later. We found the craft, they did, in Corona in 1947. They took it to Los Alamos and eventually on to other places for analysis. Now, 2 years later, in 1949, we found an identical craft at Pelona. Everything was the same. Unfortunately, the bodies recovered at the Pelona site were all dead and decayed, because this was 2 years later. But the bodies were the exact same of the bodies of the creatures that we found. I'm talking about the U.S. government, found in Corona. The bodies were transported to Los Alamos, where they were stored, and eventually on to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, where advanced research was done. After the initial recovery phase, a radiological assessment team from Los Alamos and the Atomic Energy Commission performed a thorough search of the area for possible radiation contamination. Back in those days, we thought that any type of propulsion system used by an exotic technology such as an alien would have to be radiological, would have to be some kind of nuclear material. The team also discovered a device that was planted in the soil on a high peak near the crash site. And this was something exciting to the scientists. It was believed that after the craft crashed in 1947, survivors planted a device, possibly antenna, that could have been used to signal another alien craft. The device was recovered and sent to Los Alamos Laboratory. Now, this was the crash site in Pelona, the second crash site that was found in 1947. They found an antenna or something on a mountain. So apparently there was somebody that survived the crash that took an object out and put it up on a mountain in order to communicate. There are a lot of other parts of the briefing that was detailed, such as the conclusion as to why the two alien crafts crashed. Science reasoned, as I said earlier, that during the time the two crafts were flying over New Mexico, a violent thunderstorm occurred, lightning was present, and the lightning affected the mechanical operation of these two crafts. The briefing also detailed other crash UFO recoveries in New Mexico, Nevada, and Arizona, and even one in Utah. All alien crafts were stored at Groom Lake Air Force Base in Nevada after the crash. So we knew of other crash sites. It's detailed in my briefing. Over the years, hundreds of books have been written about Roswell, UFOs, what happened in New Mexico, mysterious events occurring in New Mexico. Most are based on speculation, third-party witness statements, or the conclusion of the U.S. Air Force investigation accomplished in 1996, which classified the Roswell incident as a hoax, and that the crash actually involved weather balloons, a Project Mogul. The U.S. Air Force claimed the recovery at Corona was part of a weather and surveillance balloon operation under Project Mogul. Most detailed researchers found that the Project Mogul balloons were all accounted for during the month of June of 1947. The notion that the bodies found at Corona were dummies used by the Air Force for parachute testing was a hoax by the Air Force, because the U.S. Air Force didn't exist in June of 1947. The 1996 statement by Colonel Richard Weaver, who I used to work for, claimed that the bodies, these dummies, were U.S. Air Force property. Well, first of all, the Air Force was created under National Security Act in 1947. And it didn't actually exist as an operating agency until 1948. The U.S. Air Force dummy program didn't start until 1954. So Colonel Richard Weaver, who authored the report, Roswell Case Closed, he was a special agent with the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, Counterintelligence Division. Colonel Weaver was responsible for conducting disinformation programs for the Air Force. Why do I know that? I worked for Colonel Weaver in the late 70s. I worked on operations with Colonel Weaver. The U.S. Air Force investigations of this event was all something done to misinform the public and close the case on Roswell. They were tired of receiving FOIA requests. They were tired of answering questions about Roswell. So they decided, let's just get this over with. Let's blame it on Project Mogul. Project Mogul, the chief scientist in Project Mogul, readily admitted that the June Mogul balloon launchings and recovery were all accounted for. There wasn't any missing balloons. UFO investigators like Stan Friedman and William Moore conducted a great investigation of the Roswell incident. They answered a lot of these questions back in the 70s and 80s. And Roswell was always on the mind of the late Stan Friedman, even after that. The investigators interviewed real people, obtained real FOIA documents, including Major Bill Ricketts' Field Investigations Report, the IR Report 0031. Although the document was eventually released, it was heavily redacted and of such poor quality, but it did verify that Roswell incident was a crashed UFO, not a weather balloon. This information was never placed in a report or a book because Stan was still trying to verify a lot of facts before he died. Bill Moore lost interest in the subject. He gave a presentation in 1979 ending his involvement with UFOs. And there was so much pressure on other investigators within the UFO community about the Roswell incident that they decided to move on, investigate something else. But there's a lot of people out there, and a lot of UFO investigators, a lot of people that are still extremely interested in Roswell and what happened at Roswell. We know a lot about Roswell because I was briefed, as was, I know 122 other Air Force OS agents were briefed in the same program as I was, Project Aquarius. So they know what happened at Roswell. They had the truth. Unfortunately, the Air Force is denying it. They're still disinforming the public. It's harmful to society. Why not tell the truth about Roswell? And then tell the truth in a way that we can call it case closed. Maybe someday that will happen. My name is Richard Doty. I'm a former intelligence officer with the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. Today's presentation is on the Men in Black. Yes, the Men in Black. Who are they? Are they real? Are the U.S. government agents? Or are they extraterrestrials? The Men in Black is probably one of the most controversial subjects within the UFO community. And it's been lingering for many, many years. First mention of Men in Black was back in the early 1950s during a UFO case near Watertown, New York. A couple saw an object in the sky behind their home on a winter night in 1952. The next day, without reporting it to anyone, two men showed up at their house, dressed in black suits, looking quite mysterious, asking this couple if they had a UFO experience. And they both said, yes, we saw an object flying around near our home, and we believe it landed. And the two men asked him if they'd taken pictures. And the woman said, yes, I did. I took a Polaroid picture, and showed one of the men in black the Polaroid picture. The men in black said, we need to take that picture. We're from the government. Later on, an APRO investigator came and talked to the couple. They reported the case, documented it. And that was the first mention of men in black. Who are these mysterious men in black? According to the legend, men in black travel in groups of threes. They're often described as slender, strange-looking, almost non-human. They sometimes flash government credentials. On other occasions, they pose as insurance adjusters, utility workers, or a list of other professions. Their questions almost always pertain to UFO sightings, contacts, or some other strange incident related to UFOs or ET contacts. The common denominator is that they invariably appear in an effort to obtain information from the witnesses or somebody who saw the event, the UFO or alien contact, or took pictures of something flying around in the sky. The MIBs utilize every technique possible to obtain the evidence of a UFO incident or event, including photographs or any debris left by. Intimidation, harassment, or even threats can be deployed by the men in black. Once the evidence is received, the MIBs leave, sometimes as mysteriously as they arrive. People go on podcasts, YouTube videos, reporting that these men in blacks are really extraterrestrials posing as humans. The MIBs often drive black vehicles with either no license plates or US government plates. MIB comes to your house after an event, asks you for pictures or debris left that you might have collected. They can intimidate you. They can threaten you. If you don't cooperate with them, they might leave, but at 3 o'clock in the morning, something happens in your house, a break-in, and then you find that the items that you have regarding that UFO event or the pictures that you took are missing. So did the MIBs break into your house, steal these things? Helicopters. Why did some people see helicopters after MIB? I relate a story that was told to me by two people who witnessed an event near Grand Forks, North Dakota. Now, Grand Forks, North Dakota, there's an Air Force base there, Grand Forks Air Force Base. The base at one time contained missiles, Minuteman missile, and also B-52 bombers. This couple lived near a missile site. One night, a strange light appeared over the missile site, which was located behind their home a few miles. The man went out on a patio, his back porch, and started taking pictures with a 35mm camera. This man took the pictures and went in the house, not thinking much about it, thinking, again, that it was something to do with the Air Force. Shortly afterwards, he heard helicopters in the sky. He went out on his porch, and there's this black helicopter flying just above his house. He thought, what would that helicopter be doing? It doesn't have any markings that he could see. Again, this was near dusk. So he watched it. He decided to take some pictures of it. He went in the house, got his camera, again, a 35mm camera, and started taking pictures of the helicopter. The helicopter then flew away. He went to bed. At midnight, somebody's knocking on his door. So he went to the door, and on the outside of the door are these two men dressed in black clothing. And he asked them, what do they want? And they said, we need to talk to you about the photographs you took. And he said, are you with the government? And showed him credentials. He didn't recognize the credentials, although this man wasn't familiar with what a government credential would look like. He let him in, showed him a camera, course, he hadn't developed the pictures yet. He said, here's the camera. The film's still in the camera. I think I took somewhere between 12 and 15 pictures. They said, listen, we'll just roll the film forward, give us the film, we'll develop them and give you the pictures back. He trusted them. So he said, fine. So he did that. He gave them the 35 millimeter roll and he asked for a receipt. This was strange because they didn't understand what a receipt was. Finally, they caught on to what he was trying to say. So they went out to his vehicle, got a paper and wrote down that they took a roll of film from this man and they would bring him back. Well, you guess it. They never seen these men in black again. They called the Air Force, they called the FBI, they called everyone within the government they could think of, and they knew nothing of these pictures or this film. The truth of the matter is that MIBs did not create the legend. The MIBs simply took the opportunity of the past legends to fulfill their required mission. As suspected, they really are employed by the United States government, specifically by the United States Air Force. They're members of a rather bizarre unit of the United States Air Force. The MIBs are assigned to a special branch called TANGO, Air Force Special Activities Center, located at Fort Belvoir, Virginia. They're assigned to the 62nd OS-2 Air Intelligence Wing, which is part of the Air Force Intelligence Command. Bees are assigned to various field operating units throughout the United States. So they're available to respond to events anywhere in the United States. The MIBs are primarily devoted to HUMINT, meaning human intelligence operations. This unit and its predecessors have long been among the most secret operations of the military intelligence family in the world. They take the missions that nobody else will take, including the MIB missions. Most MIBs are sheep-dipped from the military, meaning that even though they are military, they're taken administratively out of the military, given civilian credentials, a civilian background, and then placed back into the system. The MIBs are trained in safe cracking, surreptitious entries, and assorted masters of deception. Military organizations, discipline, and paperwork were secondary importance to their primary mission. So they don't conform to anything military, although most of them are still within the military. Administratively, they're civilians. Operationally, they're military. They are often assigned to the most dangerous of American covert intelligence operations. So they have to be specially trained and they have to be fit a special category of people in order to operate and perform their missions. There's no question that this group has been connected with clandestine collection of UFO-related information. UFO researchers have disclosed 2 documents that confirms this. AFCIN Policy Letter 20512 clearly states that the field operating units participates in Project Blue Book and later Project Cameo Sling. Project Cameo Sling is a similar follow-up operation to Project Blue Book. Of course, Project Blue Book was closed in 1969 after the TANDEM report. But the investigation of UFOs within the Air Force was continued. And one of the projects that continued the investigation of UFOs within the Air Force was Project Cameo Sling. Linda Howe, a UFO investigator that most people know, actually got some information on that some years ago. Another policy letter that was found in the files of the Air Force Intelligence, Letter 20510, was a regulation that allowed UFO field recovered teams to operate independently. That created some problems because most military units have a commander and they operated within the chain of command. Well, the MIBs didn't. They operated independently. And why? What was the justification that the government gave these MIBs permission to operate independently? Well, the answer is their mission. The uniqueness of their mission, the uniqueness of what they had to get and what they had to do and how they had to do it. The government figures these people, these MIBs, government MIBs, were trained very well, and they had the morality to fit their job, and therefore they could operate independently. Now, as most people know, if you give somebody the job of operating independently, they might make up their own rules, their own policies, their own procedures to fit the mission. Could that jeopardize safety and security of the humans that they were talking to, or the witnesses that they were talking to? In some instances, probably yes. Could they operate independently every single time and hold some kind of code of honor or code of conduct? There's stories out there that will refute that. There's stories out there, many stories, books are written about what the MIB did to disinform somebody, fool them, scare them, or even break in their house to steal what they had that they wouldn't give to the MIBs. But if you were a contact person, meaning if you were contacted by an MIB and they threatened you, or they might have intimidated you or bullied you, and you were upset by it, who would you report it to? You'd call the local police and tell them? You think they're gonna believe you? You're gonna call the FBI and tell them you think they're gonna believe you? They might believe you, but they're not gonna do anything about it because they're gonna know who was there talking to you. So most of these witnesses out there that were confronted by the MIBs had no alternative but to cooperate. They felt threatened. Eventually the people gave in. A lot of them reported it to the local police, the sheriffs, or to the FBI. Nothing was ever done. The real men in black, the field operating detachments are covert offices located at non-government buildings. So these men in black don't operate out of a military base or an army post or a Navy base. They operate out of a non-government building. Locations such as private contractors are used. U.S. government contractors' offices, state or local utility companies are utilized by the MIBs. Now, let me tell you a secret. Not a secret anymore because I'm going to tell you about it. In the 1950s, the MIBs operated out of telephone offices. Bell Telephone. They had offices within the Bell Telephone. Now, stop and think of why that would be. Yes, bugging phone lines. Back in the 50s, it took very little knowledge or technology to bug your phone. There was a central switch, and sometimes all your calls had to go through that switch or that building through an operator. So it was easy to record who you were calling, the number you were calling, and then put a recorder on that line or that switch box. The field operating detachments are funded through confidential monies specifically allocated to the U.S. intelligence community. It's called black funding, meaning money that comes from someplace, sometimes within the government, appropriated. That means that when Congress is the only entity within our government can appropriate funds for the government to utilize, and sometimes outside the government. MIBs operate under the authority of several classified executive orders. Now, this presented a case some years ago when people tried to sue the government because MIBs came and stole their camcorder, kind of an older one. Of course, it was in late 80s and 90s. They got an attorney. The attorney tried to figure out who they were going to sue. Who are they going to sue? Eventually, the family gave up because they didn't know who to sue. This lawsuit got to the Department of Justice, who figured that the men in black was justified in taking that camera. The MIBs do have the authority to obtain covert class clandestine search warrants under federal intelligence surveillance courts. Most warrants are obtained for recovery of classified documents or information. MIBs can obtain assistance from special agents within the Air Force Office of Special Investigations or even the FBI. MIBs operate in total secrecy with or without local government approval. You might have seen an MIB and not really know that you saw it. You might have encountered an MIB without really knowing it. They're experts in concealment. They're experts in clandestine operations. They might even bugged your house without you knowing it. Now, most of the information that's gathered by the MIBs are non-criminal in nature, meaning you're not going to be prosecuted for having something or being a target of their investigation. They want something you have. Once they get it, the investigation's over with. That's an intelligence investigation, a counterintelligence or a counterespionage investigation, which is never prosecuted in a court. If you're a target of a non-criminal investigation, there's a wide variety of things that can occur as far as gathering intelligence that you might not ever be aware of. The only time you're going to be aware of a clandestine operation targeting you is in one that's criminal, such as an espionage investigation. If you're considered a spy and the MIBs or the FBI's or other agencies are targeting you, you're going to know about it because eventually they're going to come and arrest you on an arrest warrant or a search warrant to search your property for items that they are connecting to espionage. Hello, my name is Richard Doty. I'm a former intelligence officer with the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. Today's presentation is on a very remote location in the Indian Ocean, Kerguelen Island. Some pronounce it KERGUELEN. It's probably one of the most remote islands in the world. Located in the southern Indian Ocean, 960 miles north of Antarctica, the islands are a French possession inhabited by soldiers, scientists, engineers, and researchers year-round. There's only about 100 at a time on the island. There are no airports. All travel to the island is by ship. Once every 9 months, the ship visits the island, bringing scientists, replacement personnel, and supplies. The island contains a satellite tracking station owned by the French government and a classified space surveillance system. Now, the classified space surveillance system is actually owned by the French government, but other countries utilize the product of that surveillance system, one country being the United States. The closest support base for emergencies is Perth, Australia, 2,700 miles to the east. The U.S. Navy makes frequent patrols of the area based on an agreement with the French government. On November 10, 1981, Pine Gap Satellite Surveillance Tracking Station near Alice Springs, Australia, began tracking space objects directly southwest of Perth, Australia. Several additional objects were observed coming into the Earth's atmosphere. Pine Gap could not positively identify the objects or the exact number, fearing that the incoming objects could be hostile launched missiles. The Australian government activated the National Defence System. Several Australian Air Force Mirage 3 jets were launched to intercept the incoming objects. Now, this island, as I said earlier, is the most remote island in the world. It's so far away from all land masses, 960 miles north of Antarctica. It's in the middle of the Indian Ocean, far from any land masses. The only support, as we said earlier, was from Australia, and that's 2,700 miles away. So these objects coming in from Earth's atmosphere were being tracked by the radar, but not knowing the radar could not detect exactly where these missiles were coming. Australia requested assistance from the United States Navy ships operating in the area. A U.S. Navy ship and a U.S. Navy submarine on a classified mission in the southern Indian Oceans responded. There's no ship routes in this area. All the shipping lanes are far north of Kerguelen Island, north even of Australia. So there's no ships that frequent this area. But this area is used as a training base or training area for the United States Navy. It's remote, and the United States Navy and other friendly countries' navies can conduct operations down in the Indian Ocean in secrecy. They wouldn't have to worry about any ships coming into the area. There's no shipping lanes there, so they can do about anything they want down there. At this particular time of the year, in November, the United States Navy was conducting a very secret operation down there. Now, I'm not going to disclose what that operation was, but it involved the Navy ships and Navy submarines. And again, this is in 1981, during the Cold War era. You can just imagine what type of training the United States Navy needed to keep up on the Russian or the Soviet or even the Chinese Navy. So they conducted the exercises in total secrecy, which they could do in this remote area of the Indian Ocean. Finally, Australian jets identified 3 large UFOs flying at 23,000 feet. The UFOs were flying south towards Antarctica. So they were flying away from Australia towards Antarctica. The Australian jets were unable to keep up with the UFOs. One of the UFOs flew extremely low and was observed by an Australian fishing vessel west of Perth. The fishing vessel sent out a mayday, which was a duress call to the Australian Navy or Coast Guard after the UFO submerged directly next to their vessel. Again, this UFO flying near this Australian fishing vessel submerged, landed in the ocean, scaring the fishing vessel, and not knowing exactly what this object was. The commander or the pilot of the fishing vessel immediately notified the Australian government for assistance. Now, this fishing vessel was some hundreds of miles away from the coast of Australia, so it would have taken the Australian Navy or the Australian Coast Guard some time to get out there to that fishing vessel. The Australian jets had to turn back to the base because of fuel shortage. There wasn't any air fueling planes available at that time from the Australian Air Force. None of the jets could positively identify the UFOs, but ground control radar at Pine Gap counted 6 UFOs flying directly southwest of Australia. Now, Pine Gap is in the central portion of Australia. It's used by the Australian government, and it's also used by the National Security Administration, which is the NSA, the American NSA, for deep tracking of space objects. And this is 1981, so they were keeping track of what was coming into our atmosphere. A U.S. Navy ship arrived in the area of the fishing vessel, and assistance was rendered. The Navy ship immediately started searching for this submerged UFO. The Australian Coast Guard Controlled Center received a radio call from the French settlement on Kerguelen Island. The French military reported that a large object had landed in the water near the island. Now, this is the second object. The fishing vessel is quite a distance from Kerguelen Island. So one UFO landed in the ocean near the fishing vessel, which is several hundred miles west of Australia, Perth, Australia. And the second object landed near Kerguelen Island, which is 2,700 miles southwest of Australia. The French settlement requested assistance. Now, again, Kerguelen Island is a great distance from Australia. Ships would have taken probably a day or two to get there. Airplanes couldn't get there without refueling. Kerguelen Island was just too far for a jet to fly, and the only assistance would come from a surface ship. A U.S. Navy submarine believed to be the USS Hammerhead was dispatched to the island. However, it would take the submarine approximately 12 hours to get there. It was in the southern Indian Ocean, but submarines can't travel as fast as surface ships for obvious reason. They're under the ocean, they're 700 feet under, there's resistance from the water, so they can't travel at the 30 knots that a surface ship could travel. Submarines can travel between 12 and 14 knots at a time. The Kerguelen settlement updated the Australian Coast Guard on the object. It resurfaced and was flying north of the port. A second UFO was observed near the port, which flew to a land spot on the island. Now, there's one port on Kerguelen Island, and that port is where ships can come into. However, they can't actually dock at the port. The port is too shallow, so they have to park outside the port, and small ships would have to ferry in passengers. But this particular UFO landed exactly in that port area and then resurfaced and flew to a land spot north of the port, or the cantonment facility on the island. The French settlement soldiers confronted the UFO. Now, the island contained approximately 50 French soldiers. The French soldiers were responsible for the security, law enforcement of the island. Again, there were approximately 100 scientists and other research personnel that are on that island year-round. But the French government has had this island since the 1950s and used it as a satellite tracking and as a research island. Now, south of Kerguelen Island is another island called Heard Island. Although it's not inhabited, there's research being done on that island from the 1950s on. Even today, in the 2000s, there's research going on down there. The French settlement soldiers confronted the UFO. Two occupants of the UFO exited the craft and attempted to make contact with the soldiers. The soldiers did not feel the occupants were hostile, but there was a language barrier. The soldiers and eventually two scientists attempted to make voice contact in French, English, and German. There was some sort of a threat that the soldiers felt, even though these two occupants of this UFO didn't have a weapon system or didn't make a hostile move towards them. The French soldiers who were interviewed later felt threatened by the two occupants' presence. So the soldiers and the scientists withdrew to a safe building hundreds of feet away. The occupants were described as 4 feet tall, thin-built, wearing tight-fitting silver suits, a face mask with a breathing tube connected to a tank in the back of their uniform. The entities began to move something large from the craft to the port area next to the bay. It appeared to be some sort of a pump. None of the settlement personnel attempted to interfere with the entities. Now, this happened in the daytime, in light, and there were several, we're talking 10 to 12 island personnel that were watching this happen, watching these two extraterrestrials move something from their craft to near the ocean. It appeared to be the pump. The reasoning was that the scientists thought was that the occupants needed ocean water. They needed water for some particular reason. So they were pumping water from the sea into this container and eventually into their spaceship. November 11th, the U.S. submarine arrived in the port area. The French settlement communicated with the submarine through a radio. They requested assistance. The UFO and its occupants were still on the island, still pumping what appeared to be water out of the ocean into a tank. The U.S. submarine launched a landing vessel on the island with a combat team of U.S. Navy personnel. Now, these U.S. Navy personnel that went to the island were armed with M16 rifles. It was a combat team, a landing force of Navy personnel trained in combat. But there's no record of what transpired between the US Navy personnel and the entities or the UFO. French personnel related that some sort of communications occurred, but they were not able to explain it. The US Navy personnel returned to the submarine, leaving the UFO and the occupants on the island. Radio communications with the submarine by the French settlement simply stated the UFO will leave soon, the occupants are non-hostile. So what does that mean? That means the United States Navy personnel had contact, had some form of communications with these extraterrestrials. I don't know what that communication was. It was never reported in any document. This incident was classified for many, many, many years until a French journalist in 2015 told a story to some colleagues about this incident. A further investigation revealed when the UFO flew away from the island, a beam of light struck a building near the port, destroying the building. Now, why did a hostile action occur by or from these ETs? The building didn't contain anything but some supplies, some relatively simple supplies that were stored in this building. The UFO immediately submerged into the bay, directly near the U.S. submarine. The submarine tracked the UFO down to a depth of 1,200 feet. The UFO would then resurface in the bay, causing huge waves of water crushing against the shore of the port and against the U.S. submarine. The United States Navy classifies the depth that U.S. submarines can attain. But if you just simply Google how deep a submarine can go, they can go about 3,000 feet. And I'm not giving away any secrets because that's what the internet says. I don't really know what depth a submarine can go, but a submarine can go at least 1,200 feet. Now, this is 1981, and we're talking about 1950s, 60s, and 70s era built submarines. They probably couldn't go as deep as the submarines built today could go. A second U.S. submarine arrived in the port area. It was believed to be the USS Queenfish. A short time later, a USS destroyer arrived in the area. The destroyer was ordered by Pacific Fleet headquarters at Pearl Harbor to disable the UFO. Why did the United States Navy personnel have a communications with these ETs, and now they're showing hostilities against a USS submarine and a USS surface ship, a destroyer? Now, no one has ever mentioned that these USS submarines had nuclear weapons on board, but most submarines operating in remote areas were fully equipped with armament. Now, I don't know, I personally don't know, and there was nothing ever written, anything I read about nuclear weapons, but we could surmise that they probably did have some nuclear weapons on board. But they certainly had a defense mechanism, such as torpedoes, that they could fire to defend themselves. Now, the USS destroyers that arrived on scene, they certainly had armament. They had the ability to drop depth charges, missiles and rockets, and maybe even nuclear weapons. Now, a USS destroyer was able to launch helicopters also. But no, they weren't aircraft carriers, so they didn't have any kind of aircrafts on board. The USS destroyer and the submarine were ordered by Pacific Fleet headquarters to disable the UFO. The destroyer deployed depth charges in the area for over 6 hours. The USS submarine fired non-nuclear torpedoes at the UFO. On November 14th, 1981, the UFO surfaced heavily damaged. Now, obviously, our armament, our explosives, were able to disable this UFO. From November 15th to December 19th, a recovery operation took place in the Kerguelen harbor. Now, that meant a number of other Navy ships arrived over a period of time, over a month, to salvage this UFO from the harbor of Kerguelen Island. A U.S. Navy salvage ship recovered the UFO with 2 occupants. The salvage ship docked in Perth, Australia. Now, U.S. Navy salvage ships are quite huge. They can salvage submarines from the bottom of the ocean or any other objects. A U.S. Air Force C-141 cargo aircraft picked up the occupants and flew them to Groom Lake Complex Nellis Test and Training Range. Now, a C-141 cargo plane is quite huge cargo plane, probably one of the largest cargo planes the Air Force had in that time frame, in the 1980s. And of course, anything dealing with UFOs or extraterrestrials were all transported to Area 51. The U.S. salvage ship sailed to Long Beach Navy Yard on the west coast of the United States and unloaded the UFO craft, which was eventually transported to Area 51. This incident was recorded in a number of U.S. government classified reports. A retired U.S. Navy commander gave a briefing on this incident at a UFO convention in Laughlin in 1995. He didn't disclose locations at all. He didn't ever mention Kerguelen. He didn't mention Australia. He didn't mention Alice Springs. He just mentioned that the incident happened, a recovery operation. There are several parts of this case that refers to the UFOs as flying from the South Pole, although that has never been proven. Now, there are so many stories out there about what is at the South Pole. Is there an alien base inside Antarctica or underground Antarctica? We don't know. I don't know. I've never read anything about it. I know there's a lot of UFO researchers out there who are talking about an underground base in Antarctica. Hundreds of feet, and some even talking about miles under the ice. That's a possibility. There's been a lot of UFO activity seen coming from Antarctica. Now, this incident in Kerguelen Island might have been the first time that we could prove that these UFOs came from Antarctica, and one of them, of course, landed near Kerguelen Island in the Indian Ocean. So I hope the listeners and the viewers will appreciate this incident and do your own research on it. Google it, listen to other researchers and read about this. Today's presentation is called TANDEM SLED. Now, it won't mean much to you, but that's a code name for a project that the United States government had to secretly collect technology from inside the Soviet Union. Now we're talking about back in the 70s and 80s. The Soviet Union had technologies that we needed, just like we had technologies that they needed. We were far advanced in most technologies than the Soviet Union was. We knew that our missiles, our aircrafts were more superior to their missiles and their aircrafts. But the Soviets had things that we might not have. Now, when we think about alien technology, Earth is a big place. We were not naive enough to think that UFOs only visited the United States. The world's a big place. And we actually knew that there were UFOs that crashed inside the Soviet Union. How did we know that? We had spies inside the Soviet Union, just like the Soviet Union had spies inside the United States. Espionage. Espionage occurs between every country in the world. And our number one enemy at that time was the Soviet Union. So we had to recruit spies who reported back to us not only regarding military things, but also technology. There was a place in the Soviet Union called Kapustin Yar. This is a map of Kapustin Yar. This is a place that the Soviet Union did most of their secret work. It's also an area where a lot of nuclear tests were conducted by the Soviet Union. This map is actually from that era. It shows places that the Soviet Union conducted tests, places where they stored highly classified materials, and also where they stored recovered extraterrestrial crafts. That's right, you heard me right. The Soviet Union recovered spacecraft from alien technology, just like we had. The Soviet Union had their own Roswell. The incident happened in the eastern part of the Soviet Union, just north of the Chinese border. They had their Roswell. They collected debris, collected a craft, and even alien bodies. This was a highly secured location back in those days, but our satellites could see it from the air. And, of course, we had agents that were recruited that could get inside Kapustin Yar or actually worked inside Kapustin Yar, who were reporting back to us. But there was actually an operation that occurred to get a team inside there that was quite elaborate, still highly classified, because it discloses sources and methods. And I'm not going to talk about how we did it or who was involved in the team, but it was successful. We actually got a team of people in there to examine a craft. The operation, or TANDEM SLED, the operation involved the acquisition of advanced technologies from the Soviet Union. The operation began in the late 60s and involved several different intelligence methods, including photographic, signal, communications, and human sources. When we talk about human in the world of espionage, we mean human intelligence. The actual spy that was able to go in to a location, penetrate it, or works there, and get the material that we want and bring it back and give it to us. Now, human operations are extremely sensitive, highly classified. We don't want to disclose the source, and we don't want to disclose the methods he used to communicate the material back to us. We knew, the U.S. intelligence knew from these sources that the Soviet Union recovered at least one, but possibly two extraterrestrial crafts, and they were being stored at Kapustin Yar. Again, how did we know this? Well, going into details about exactly who told us this, I know, but I'm not going to disclose everything about it. But a Soviet military officer who was stationed in Kapustin Yar and went to East Germany in the 70s told us about it. Who was he? He was a spy. We recruited him while he was in East Germany. He reported back to us regarding Kapustin Yar, about the facility at Kapustin Yar. Kapustin Yar was a Soviet military base and missile testing site 60 miles east of Volgograd in the southeastern section of the Soviet Union. Kapustin Yar was a launch location for Sputnik 1. Remember, Sputnik was launched in the late 50s. That was actually the first satellite to be launched from Earth. The Soviets were the first one to launch it. From 1957 to 1961, the Soviets conducted 5 above-ground atomic tests at Kapustin Yar. Area 12 and Area 102 contain a vast area of underground facilities for storing and analyzing technology. We know the areas of Kapustin Yar because our agents were there. Not only our agents, but a special team of people went in there. And again, that's all I'm going to say about it. Soviet scientists and military personnel were restricted to the base. Support for the area was received from a town 25 miles away named Neminsk. Neminsk was a community where some of the scientists lived, but they couldn't tell anybody what they were doing out of Kapustin Yar. From 1970 to 1985, numerous U.S. intelligence operations were conducted at Kapustin Yar in the effort to obtain evidence of the captured spacecrafts in the Soviets' possession. Now, we knew they were there. We knew the Soviets had them someplace, and we figured they were there, and our agents confirmed everything that we wanted to know. These operations involved human sources penetrating the secret base. U.S. intelligence recruited agents who either obtained jobs at or near the base, or other agents were recruited from the Soviet military. The man that started this all, as I said earlier, was a Soviet military officer in East Germany who had worked previously at Kapustin Yar. There were a lot of underground facilities at Kapustin Yar that were storing highly classified materials that the Soviets considered highly classified. We needed to get inside these facilities to look at these extraterrestrial crafts and see what kind of technologies that these particular alien crafts had that we didn't have. Now, we had, during this time period, extraterrestrial crafts, the Roswell craft in 1947, that craft that crashed there, and the one similar to, almost identical actually, to the Roswell crash that we found in 1949 in Pelona Peak. Now, these were alien crafts. Of course, we learned a lot about the alien craft from Roswell, the crash site, by EBA-1, who we had in captivity until 1952. We had other alien crafts that crashed in and around the Southwest, Utah, Nevada, and Arizona. We wanted to determine whether these crafts that the Soviets had were identical to the ones that we had or entirely different. Now, we knew then, in the 70s, when we were conducting these operations and even into the 80s, that there were different alien species visiting Earth. It wasn't just one particular alien species from one particular star group. We knew that there was at least 5. The Defense Intelligence Agency classified 5 different alien species that were visiting Earth. And they actually gave them names, such as the hepaloids, quataloids, the trantaloids. I don't know why they named them that, but they named them. They were all different species, all came from different star systems, meaning different planets, and all had their own technologies. Not each of the crafts were the same. They had different propulsion systems, different energy systems, and totally different technologies. And even the ETs themselves were biologically different from each other. So we wanted to know, is there a possibility that the Soviets had a craft from some other star group that we didn't know about? So we mounted this intelligence operation, codenamed TANDEM SLED, to send in agents, collect intelligence whichever way we could, voice intercepts, signal intelligence, and try to find out what they had. The cover and clandestine penetrations of the base allowed U.S. intelligence to obtain key knowledge of the spacecrafts being held by the Soviets. So the operation was successful. Our agents were able to get out the information that we wanted. Not only did the agents get out and tell our operatives inside and outside the Soviet Union what was at Kapustin Yar, they were able to smuggle out manuals talking about exactly what these alien crafts were, what the Soviets thought of these crafts, the analysis that the Soviets were doing on these crafts compared to what they had in their technology. The operation recovered 36 photographs of both crafts. So now we know there were 2 crafts that the Soviets had in their possession. Examination of the crafts revealed the propulsion systems and the electronics inside the crafts. It was also determined that the crafts were entirely different. Bingo, we found out. The 2 crafts that the Soviets had were different technologies, so they came from different star groups. Meaning of the technologies that the Soviets obtained, the meanings were explained differently in these Soviet smuggled up manuals, than we could really understand. And not just the languages. We had people that could translate Russian and English. It's the analysis that were done by Soviet scientists, which were different analyses than the American scientists conducted. Now, you got to remember, there's Soviet scientists, there are American scientists, scientists from all over the world. They have different thoughts, different beliefs, and they apply things differently. And when I'm talking about meaning, the documents at first were confusing to our scientists. But eventually, over time, other groups of scientists, American scientists, got together and started realizing what the Soviet scientists were trying to analyze or put together regarding these 2 different extraterrestrial crafts. We never determined which star system these crafts originated from. We never could determine that. We could determine from these manuals and from what we gathered from the Soviet Union that the Soviets didn't know much about what we had. Well, that's great news to the ears of US intelligence. That just means that our counterintelligence systems are working, or were working back then, keeping our secrets away from the Soviets. Examination by US experts of the evidence obtained at Kapustin Yar revealed the crafts had different propulsion systems. The first craft had some type of antimatter system. There were 2 chambers, one containing a positive ions and the other containing a negative ions. A 3rd chamber was present, but scientists could not determine what the 3rd chamber was for. Now, we're analyzing, again, what we got from the Soviets. The second craft had an unknown type of propulsion system. The system was so complex, US scientists could not understand any of its functions. Now, we gathered this from the manuals, and we gathered this from the fact that the Soviet scientists couldn't explain in the manuals what the second propulsion system was, or even compared it to anything that they had, such as maybe a nuclear propulsion system. Again, this is in the 70s and 80s, and the technology, the world technology, hadn't advanced enough to understand alien technology much. We had crafts at Area 51. The Soviets had crafts in Kapustin Yar. And I'm sure that there were other countries, such as China, that had crafts in their secret locations trying to analyze it. The second craft had a magnetic metal ring on the bottom of the craft. It was believed that the ring moved when the propulsion system was activated. However, scientists could not understand the function of the ring. Only the first craft's interior was observed by these photographs that we obtained. There were no instrument panels, switches, knobs, buttons, or steering mechanisms. 3 seats were present at what appeared to be a control panel. Handprints were embedded into the panel. Large viewing monitors were above the control panel. That sounds like the cockpit. That sounds like the control area for this alien craft. Again, we only observed the interior of one craft. Immediately, our scientists took this information and compared it to what we knew or what we had at Area 51. Lo and behold, the second craft was the same. It was one of the crafts, similar to one of the crafts we recovered near Kingman, Arizona in the early 1950s. So now we know that one of the crafts was similar to what we had, but the other craft wasn't, although we didn't know a lot about that craft. These crafts were piloted by ETs placing their hands in these embedded panels and probably controlling it maybe with their minds. The interior of the craft was small. There were no rooms, portals, or storage bins in the craft. The sitting area did not contain a metal bar that would have held the pilots in place during travel. Now that's interesting right there. These crafts can, we think, defy gravity. How do they work? How does that interior cockpit or control area keep the aliens or the ETs from being harmed by the movement of the gravity? I mean, certainly our pilots can't fly an aircraft 700 miles an hour and stop on a dime. It would kill the pilots. But these crafts can do it. How's that work? Maybe the entire cockpit was some sort of had the ability to sink in and hold the pilots in the chairs. After years of studying the crafts, Russian scientists secretly approached US scientists under Operation Copper Green. Copper Green was a joint secret program between the United States and the Soviet Union, trying to understand and explore together extraterrestrial crafts and extraterrestrial entities. As we understand, this operation continues today. Although I'm no longer in intelligence and I no longer have access to that information. But other people who are inside intelligence, who are talking to the outside people, such as myself, tell us that, yeah, Copper Green is still in existence today. The scientists from Russia now and the United States are pooling their knowledge and resources together, trying to understand alien technology. They have the crafts. As we understand now, today, the Russians are allowing US scientists to travel to Kapustin Yar or wherever the Russian government has these crafts today and study the technology. Now that, of course, means that we are bringing Russian scientists from Kapustin Yar to the United States and probably Area 51 to share technology. Is that good or bad? The government doesn't think it is, obviously. I'm sure the Russians coming in to Area 51 are closely monitored. And I'm sure our scientists going to Kapustin Yar or wherever they're going to study alien technologies that the Soviet Union had are strictly controlled. But at least they're sharing this. And they're sharing it with the, hopefully the outcome of understanding alien technology and maybe reverse engineering something that will better mankind. Now, we have to worry about what the Russians are going to do with this, whether they're going to use this technology as military, and of course, they're probably worrying about what we're going to do with this technology. But this presentation was to explain what we did as the United States government back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s to obtain technologies from alien crafts that the Soviet Union had. How we were going to use that technology to understand the alien technology that we had and determine whether the Russians had something that we didn't have. Hello, my name is Richard Doty. I'm a former intelligence officer with the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. This presentation is going to explain what happened at Stallion Range in New Mexico. Stallion Range is a top secret radar facility located in northern White Sands Test Range, New Mexico. Stallion Range is the entrance into Trinity Site. Trinity Site was a location where the first atomic bomb was tested by the United States Army in Los Alamos Laboratory in 1945. Stallion Range contains a classified ground-to-air laser system that is used to blind passing foreign satellites. Now, this isn't classified anymore. It was for many, many, many years. The location and the duties and the operations at Stallion Range was highly classified. But over the years, the information has leaked out. Books have been written about this. People have lectured about this laser system that we developed to blind Soviet satellites back in the Cold War era that were passing over the United States. And Stallion Range was one of these facilities, one of many facilities that contain these types of lasers that was able to blind the satellites as they were flying over to keep the Soviets from photographing highly classified things on the ground. Detachment 1 Space Surveillance Squadron was located at the Stallion Range. That was operated by the United States Air Force. Detachment 1 was a part of a number of detachments that operated remote radar locations around the world. Headquarters for this operation was at Peterson Air Force Base in Colorado. Stallion Range is 18 miles east of Socorro, New Mexico. Now, some of you can remember what happened or the history of Socorro, New Mexico when it pertained to Lonnie Zamora. The incident that happened on April 24th, 1964, when Lonnie Zamora, a police officer with the Socorro Police Department, observed a craft that landed southeast of the city of Socorro. He went to investigate this craft, which was at the time a UFO that landed. He saw two occupants get out of the craft, and he saw and recorded the marking on the outside of the craft. This led to the Lonnie Zamora incident of April of 1964. It was thoroughly investigated by the United States government, specifically the United States Air Force. Project Blue Book investigators arrived at scene. Personnel from Kirtland Air Force Base arrived at scene. And one of the people that arrived and did a follow-up investigation, his name was Major Edward Doty. Yes, you heard that right. Major Edward Doty, my uncle. Now, the Lonnie Zamora case wasn't the only case that the Project Blue Book investigators looked into around Socorro. There were other cases that were less known, such as the Bingham, New Mexico case. Now, Bingham, New Mexico is northeast of Stallion Range on New Mexico Highway 380. It's a very, very, very small community, only contained a few dozen people. But in 1958, a UFO landed there, right in the road. The only person that actually saw the UFO land was the New Mexico Highway Department personnel who was checking for debris on the road surface. He reported to his supervisor in Socorro and eventually to the New Mexico State Police who contacted the Air Force, and it was reported, a document was made, a small report in Project Blue Book. But over the years, there's been many other sightings that occurred around New Mexico Highway 380, which runs from Socorro past Stallion Range, past Northern White Sands Test Range, past Bingham, all the way to Carrizozo, New Mexico. In August 1982, 2 airmen assigned to the Stallion Range radar site as technicians observed a UFO land near the outer building to the radar site. This was in the late summer of 1982. It was during daylight hours. These 2 technicians were sent to repair some equipment. And while they were outside, they saw this UFO come in and land. The 2 technicians immediately notified the radar site command center. The command center advised the UFO was on their radar screen, traveling from the west, but they lost it, the UFO, over the radar site because the UFO had landed. The 2 technicians observed the UFO swirl on the ground before coming to rest adjacent to a maintenance building. The bottom panel of the craft opened. 2 strange-looking beings exited the craft. Now, these are words that came from the technicians. They were thoroughly interviewed, and what I'm telling you is their description of what they saw. The creatures were described as 4 foot tall, thin appearance, wearing a helmet, with a long tube connected to a tank on their back. The creatures had arms and legs. The creatures moved their arms in several different motions, apparently trying to communicate with the technicians. What the technicians said was they were trying to make hand signals, moving their hands back and forth. The technicians spoke English to the creatures. The creatures didn't seem to understand the technicians. One of the technicians spoke Spanish, but the creatures, again, didn't understand the language and didn't respond. One of the creatures produced a long cylinder from its suit. The creature moved towards the technicians with the cylinder, attempting, the technicians thought, to give this cylinder to the technicians. Fearing that the object might be radioactive or a weapon, the technicians refused to accept the cylinder. One of the creatures made a hand motion indicating for the technicians to enter the craft, motioning towards the craft in a gesture that the technicians thought meant for them to walk inside the craft. At this point, the technicians radioed to the command center to send help to their location. 2 Air Force military policemen arrived, both carrying a handgun and rifle. The standard weapons worn by Air Force security police personnel or military police was a .38 revolver, 6-shot, and an M16 rifle, which contained a magazine with normally 20 rounds in it. And what the military policemen were trying to do was challenge the creatures, which would be typical of military police. Identify yourself, keep your hands in the air, things like that. But the creatures didn't seem to understand anything that the MPs were doing or saying. One of the creatures walked to the senior MP and attempted to grab his arm. The MP pulled away aggressively. This appeared to scare the creatures. Now, you have to put yourself in the military policeman's shoes. These creatures weren't human looking. This happened in a very classified area. These MPs are highly trained to protect Air Force resources, especially top secret resources. So they were on their probably highest state of alert, And these creatures, non-humans, couldn't understand anything that these military police were saying or trying to do. One of the MPs pointed his rifle, an M16 rifle, at the creature and motioned for it to come with him, moving the rifle in a manner which meant, "You come with me." The creature didn't understand. Both creatures then returned to their craft. Panel closed and the craft took off towards the southwest. The creatures left the cylinder on the ground. Now, here we are in a situation where there was a confrontation between US military personnel and extraterrestrials. We didn't know, or the military personnel didn't know the intentions of these extraterrestrials. You got to understand that these military personnel, even though they're highly trained, probably were extremely scared too. They were confronting something that they've never seen before. They didn't know what the creature's intentions were. Were they hostile? Why did they land in a top secret facility? And as one of the military policemen told us later, his first impression was, could these really be Russian personnel or Soviet deep cover operatives flying in some strange craft into a top secret facility to attack it, to steal something, or just obtain intelligence? Now, I know that's kind of out there for some people to believe, but you understand that if you're put in a situation like the military policemen were put into, all sorts of things probably ran through your mind. And what their main concern at this point was the cylinder that was left on the ground. There's no way that the military policemen could have detained these two creatures. They tried to have them come with them, but the creatures didn't. They returned to their craft, and while they were returning to the craft, the military policemen didn't attempt to stop them. They didn't fire any shots, but the creatures got in the craft and left. But again, they left that cylinder on the ground. Now, there's all sorts of things that went through the military policemen's minds. What was this cylinder? Was it a weapon? Was it an explosive? Was it some kind of ray gun? The two MPs went to the command post, informed the commander on duty, a captain, of what happened. And so they immediately then, the command post personnel immediately notified the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. The closest OSI office during that time period would have been Kirtland Air Force Base, some 2 hours away. So eventually OSI agents responded to Stallion Range. The two MPs and the two technicians were interviewed separately. All found the men's reports to be accurate as far as truthfulness. The senior MP reported that when the UFO took off, he noticed that the cylinder left behind glowed. Further examination revealed that there was some sort of a crystal in the center of the cylinder that was glowing. And when the senior MP saw that, and when he went back to the command post, he thought that the command post should immediately notify the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Personnel, or EOD, the bomb team, so to speak, of the Air Force. Again, that was some hours away. Kirtland Air Force Base would have been the closest base for response. All four men were examined by medical personnel later at the Kirtland Air Force Base Hospital, which was in Albuquerque. All four men had a small quantity of radioactive alpha particles in their hair. Other than that, the men were not suffering from any ill effects of the contact. Now, what is alpha particles? Alpha is a form of radiation. Alpha particles form a radiation. And it's particles. It's not rays, it's particles. Alpha particles are easily repelled by the skin. If you get some on you, you can wash them off. They don't enter or permeate the skin. So it wouldn't have hurt them. The only way you can be harmed by alpha particles is if you ingest them or breathe them. All four men signed a non-disclosure agreement regarding this incident, which was classified as top secret. The cylinder was left on the ground. A perimeter was made around the cylinder so no one could enter and touch the cylinder. OSI personnel went out and took photographs of the cylinder from a distance, but they noticed it was still glowing. So when the explosive ordnance disposal personnel arrived on scene, they immediately detected some form of radiation on that cylinder. But they also considered it to be a hostile device or an explosive device. Now that's what explosive ordnance disposal personnel are supposed to do. They followed their policies and procedures in dealing with this. One of the EOD technicians, dressed in a bomb suit, and over that bomb suit was a radiation suit, he went up and they x-rayed it. They x-rayed the device without touching it. They also scanned it with a radiation detector to determine whether there's any isotopes being detected from the cylinder. When they went back and developed the X-ray, looked at it, they realized that their X-ray machine, which is a portable X-ray machine, couldn't penetrate the device, and therefore they couldn't have X-rayed what was inside. They also detected alpha radiation, which was similar to the radiation that was detected in the hair of the technicians and the MPs. So the EOD technicians decided to go ahead and fire a small charge into this to see if it would detonate. Now that's another standard procedure, thinking if it was an explosive device, firing a small explosive charge into it would cause it to explode. Well, when they tried to do that with what the EOD technicians called a disruptor, the round that was fired into it, explosive round, never penetrated the cylinder. It just moved the cylinder across the desert. Eventually, the EOD brought in a containment vessel, picked up the cylinder, placed it in a containment vessel, and then they transported it to the Los Alamos laboratories through Sandia National Laboratories. Now that meant that they took it to Kirtland Air Force Base, where Sandia National Laboratories was located. Sandia National Laboratories technicians did a cursory inspection of the cylinder, not feeling it was anything radioactive, but couldn't understand anything about the cylinder. They couldn't detect what the cylinder was made of, the materials. So then they decided to transport the cylinder to the Los Alamos National Laboratories in Los Alamos, New Mexico. Once it arrived at Los Alamos National Laboratories, it was again thoroughly examined by the Los Alamos National Laboratories. And Los Alamos had advanced equipment to thoroughly examine this. The device was made of an unknown material and plastic-like material. A window was contained in the center portion of the device. A crystal-looking object was in the center. The device did not contain any screws, bolts, external knobs. The device weighed 2.5 pounds and measured 40 centimeters long. When a voice was spoken in close proximity to the device, the center, or the crystal portion, glowed. Scientists then reasoned the device was a universal translator. Now you think back to what happened at Stallion Range near this top secret facility. These extraterrestrials pull out this cylinder pointed it towards the technicians and wanting the technicians to speak into it in order for that device to translate English into whatever language the ETs were speaking. And they didn't, because the technicians and the MPs didn't know what this thing was. I mean, I think most people would probably have done the same thing as being scared of this device and being frightful that it could be some kind of a weapon. The scientists at Los Alamos also determined the crystal in the center of the device was probably a mini computer. Scientists tested the device in several different languages, but could not get the device to work, probably because the device had to be activated by the alien language. Scientists surmised that the alien language must be used to turn on the device, which they couldn't do. The device was stored at Los Alamos National Laboratories for safekeeping. Now, this incident was classified for the longest time. And in 1999, one of the technicians came forth. He'd gotten out of the Air Force. He attended a UFO convention. He approached Wendell Stevens, Lieutenant Colonel, retired Air Force, and told him the story. Well, unbeknownst to Wendell Stevens, the OSI investigator that thoroughly investigated that incident was no other than Richard Doty, me. I was the OSI agent in charge of investigating this incident. I was there, I spoke to the technicians, and I spoke to the military police, along with the people inside the command post who saw this object come in on radar. So I was the one that authored the report. I was the one that spoke with EOD, Sandia Labs personnel, and Los Alamos personnel about this device. Now jump to 2022. I had a telephone conversation with a person within the Department of Defense Inspector General's office some weeks ago. He wanted to talk about this incident, which he said was still classified. What I knew wasn't classified. Although he didn't tell me the author of this report, when he started talking about the report, I immediately knew it was my report. When I told him that it was my report and that it should be declassified, he said it wasn't. But he said the report that he got was still redacted. This is supposed to be the disclosure era within the government. But that's obviously, there isn't a disclosure. Offices and agencies within the government's not cooperating with each other. So I hope you enjoyed this presentation on the Stallion Range incident of 1982. Google it, see what you can find yourself. Hello, my name is Richard Doty. I'm a former intelligence officer with the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. Today's presentation is going to be a doozy. We're going to talk about remote viewing. Yes, remote viewing. A very interesting subject, but there's a lot of fact and fiction involved. But we're going to talk about what I saw in the remote viewing sessions that I witnessed while I worked for Dr. Hal Puthoff at the Institute for Advanced Studies in Austin. While I was employed at the Institute, I observed 4 remote viewing sessions between 1995 and 1999. These sessions were private, not connected to any U.S. intelligence or any government agency. The first session was done by a retired military remote viewer. The target was Mars. Yes, believe it or not, Mars. There were 3 different sessions for Mars. The first session lasted 2 hours. The remote viewer described in details one structure that was located in the augural basin of Mars. I might not be saying that right, but it's spelled A-R-G-Y-R-E. The structure was partially above ground, with the remaining part under the surface of the planet. The structure measured several thousand feet and several hundred feet wide. The dimensions of the underground portion was not measured by the RV. And when I say RV, I'm talking about the remote viewer. The RV observed large rooms inside the structure. Yeah, you heard me. Large rooms inside the structure, on a structure that's built into the ground or the surface of the planet Mars. No living entities were observed, but deep inside one of the rooms were containers. The RV distinguished these as coffins. The RV observed what was described as some sort of flying vehicles in this underground cavern. These vehicles had rotary blades and a large tank-like device on the side. Now, if somebody was describing a flying craft with rotary blades and a tank on its side, I, being ex-military, would think of a helicopter, something that could fly. The RV considered what he was seeing to be something like a helicopter. So he named it a Martian helicopter. The remote viewer observed brick-like structures within the rooms. So what does that sound like to you? A storage area or some place where people lived and worked out of, maybe a base of operations because of the helicopters. This is what the remote viewer considered when he was remote viewing this. The deep part of the structure, several hundred feet below the surface, contained small rooms, possibly living quarters. No bodies or creatures were observed. So now we found an area that could be living quarters for Martians or for the civilization that lived on Mars hundreds of thousands of years ago. Now, most practical astronomers and other scientists considered that the possibility of life on Mars existed, but maybe thousands or hundreds of thousands or maybe even 1 million years ago. Why? The study of the planet Mars, the experts that are looking at the soil samples, and we're talking about the Viking landers of the 1970s, and the other crafts that we sent to Mars over the last 20 years or so. The analysis of the soils, the analysis of the atmosphere, the conclusion is that at one time in Mars history, there was an atmosphere. There were soil that could grow plants. There was oxygen, and then they found water. There's water in the northern portions of the planet. So in order to have life, we have to have water. And I think considering what we know about ET technologies and ET's histories over the years, water is pretty much the universal item that a planet needs to survive. And lo and behold, they found water on Mars. And at one time, there might have been oceans on the planet. The second session occurred the next day and involved a different location on the planet. The remote viewer observed the Tharsis Montes area of Mars. The RV observed another very large structure that was partially above and partially below the surface. The structure was made of a heavy material with thick walls. Large openings were observed at both ends of the large structure. No dimensions were obtained because the remote viewer was more concerned about what he was seeing rather than going back and trying to determine dimensions. The remote viewer observed ramps at each end of this facility. A portal for a launch vehicle or some other type of vehicle entry and exit points were observed. So now we found not just living quarters, flying devices, and possibly coffins, or maybe even as we talked about later with the remote viewer, maybe these containers were where they slept, where the Martians slept. But now we found an area that could be a launch point from underground out into space. So what would that be considered? Maybe an airport, maybe a Martian airport. Maybe he just found a Martian airport underground. A facility that could launch vehicles from underground out into space. So is it possible that there's still something on Mars that is launching vehicles from the ground or under the surface into space? Well, the remote viewer found something. Now, the remote viewer couldn't detect whether this was old, historically speaking. He thought what he was looking at was old, but remote viewers can't really explain everything that they're seeing. So this entry and exit point that he found under the surface could be still in operation today. The third session occurred 3 days later and involved the same area of Tharras Montes, but further south of the first structure. The RV located another structure that was smaller in size than the other two. This structure was deeper into the ground. The deep structure was measured at approximately 3,000 feet under the surface. Now, you stop and think, 3,000 feet is really, really deep. We don't normally build things 3,000 feet under the Earth's surface. It's rare to find anything that deep under the surface. The only thing I can compare this to is the old Nevada test site, which is now called the Nevada National Security Site. When they did underground testing of nuclear weapons, they would dig shafts or tunnels 3,000 feet under the surface. The deep structure was smaller in width. The deep shaft contained ridges along the walls. The ridges protruded from the walls as if some other construction was once down the shaft. Now, it's a long 3,000 foot shaft with ridges. Now, could these ridges be levels? Maybe there was an elevator or some sort of device that took people from the surface down 3,000 feet or stored something 3,000 feet. That's a possibility. The remote viewer didn't know. Couldn't tell that. Remember, remote viewers are looking at something and can't really tell at times whether this is an old structure or something that is still active. The bottom of the shaft contained what appeared to be chunks of material, as if the chunks were ruins from some previous part of the shaft. Remember, there were ridges in the shaft. Could have been some kind of construction, rooms, other floors, and over time, they all sunk, or some explosion, or some event occurred that broke up whatever these levels were. On the top of the shaft, just under the surface, was a dome-like structure. The dome had openings that at one time might have contained viewing ports. Now we got the shaft, we got ridges, and now we have this dome. What was the dome for? You could think of almost anything. Your mind can wander about what this could have been. It was something because it's there. It's remote viewed. And here we are. These are the actual drawings, sketches made by the remote viewer of this shaft. You're seeing these. You can see this is the moon of Mars. This is up here. You can see these numbers. That's the coordinates that he was actually viewing on Mars. And then the date, July 1995. That's when he was actually doing this. And here's the shaft. Here's the dome on top. Here's the ridges along this wall of both. Now, he could detect on both sides of this shaft solid rock, and the number 3,000 feet. And at the bottom, he found the debris, possibly the remnants of a building that was in the shaft, or floors that were along these ridges in this shaft. But this is the actual sketch that the remote viewer made while he was remote viewing the planet Mars. Unbelievable. Very, very unbelievable. The next remote viewing I observed was in 1998. Another former military remote viewer agreed to view Europa, a moon of Jupiter. The RV viewed a particular portion of Europa facing Jupiter. The RV found a hard, flat surface on Europa, but underneath the surface was a very large ocean or body of water. The ocean was deep and hundreds of miles long. The remote viewer observed an object swimming in the ocean of Europa. Yes, you heard me right. He remote viewed the moon of Jupiter, Europa. Now we know today, and this was in 1998, we know today because we've had spacecrafts visit Europa, photograph, and even soil samples from the surface of Europa. We know that there is an ocean under Europa. We don't think it's water as we know it, but here's this remote viewer viewing Europa, finding things on Europa, finding a body of water, and then amazingly seeing something swimming in this ocean. The creature had several long appendages. The creature was somewhat small in size, but resembled an octopus. Now, some people, some biologists, would say that they aren't native to Earth. They seem so strange, and they're very intelligent, that something happened that brought these octopuses that we find today to Earth. Now, did they come from Europa? I don't know. I can't say that. But this remote viewing the moon of Europa, found this creature. The creature had very large eyes. The RV found two openings from this deep ocean area onto the surface. It was near a hill. The hill had an opening similar to a man-made hole. The second opening looked similar to a drill hole in the surface. During the end of the RV session, the RV observed something move across the surface of Europa. The RV lost his viewing capabilities after observing this object. Okay, let's take us back there to that remote viewing session. We're watching the remote viewer from another room. He seemed to be visibly upset or had emotions displayed when he saw something moving across the surface. He couldn't detect exactly what that was. It wasn't under the surface. It wasn't in the ocean. It was above the ocean. It was on the surface. Could he have detected one of the octopuses or one of these creatures that was swimming in the ocean move from the body of water onto the surface? He considered that later, but he only reported what he actually saw. He ended the remote viewing session of Mars, and he went into a room and he had some time to himself. And most remote viewers have to come away from what they just remote viewed, have to come back to reality by drinking a cup of coffee or eating. This particular remote viewer had to eat something. And so we gave him some food to eat, and then about an hour or so later, he came into an open area and talked to us about what he just did and explained to us what he saw, showing us these diagrams, which you saw here today, both of them, and then talked about it. Now, he has to be careful of not putting thoughts or his opinions into what he observed. Some really good remote viewers will isolate that in their minds. I probably couldn't do it. I would guess that some of the things I saw were something that would be in my mind, or something referring to something that I've had contact with in the past. This remote viewer, but remember, he wasn't military anymore. This wasn't an official remote viewing. We didn't provide any of this information to anybody else. But what we did was we compared what he gave us, the information he gave us, that's something that we already had. And believe it or not, on the internet today, and I have a copy of it, is a detailed of a remote viewing session that the Central Intelligence Agency did. The CIA had their remote viewers view Mars in the past. That document is on the internet. This is an actual CIA document, and you probably can go to the CIA FOIA reading room and download this. And the reason that they released it to the public is because it has been released before. One of the actual remote viewers used by the CIA talked about it at the UFO convention and actually showed it to some people. One particular person was Wendell Stevens. So that's out there in the public. And that's why the CIA had to release it. It's already out there. Some of the things that were redacted in it, you can see in the clear text documents that other people have released that came from Wendell Stevens. So why was the CIA interested in Mars? Well, one reason is they think the Soviet Union at one time landed on Mars and even tried to build bases on Mars. Now, there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there about that, about whether the CIA knew or could detect things that are occurring on Mars. Why did they think the Soviets were doing this? Well, it was probably Soviet disinformation. We provide disinformation to the Soviet Union, and I'm sure back in those days they did the same to us. They set out a story that they were sending rockets to Mars and building a base on Mars. And that's why the CIA was extremely interested in the planet Mars. I hope you enjoyed this presentation on the remote viewing session on Mars. Until next time, this is Richard Doty. Thank you for listening.
If you liked this video and you want to see more amazing content, go ahead and check out the next video on our channel.